All right, hello everyone. Thank you for being here. Evil, thank you for renewing the sub. Awkward Mancer, thank you for lurking. Lucius is also lurking. It's good to see you, my friend. Ravenstar, I think, is out there. A couple others. Kevin, I see you there. Thank you very much, also. Um, for tonight, if the microphone sounds weird on my end, let me know, please. I mean, really, that's the general disclaimer. The things that I see and hear can very well be different than the things that you see and hear, and what you see and hear is way more important. I know what's on my screen, but if something's weird, then I'll try and fix it on my end. All right, well, let's turn on the. Ooh, pardon me. Soda makes you burp, everyone. There's no warning labels on the cans. 2 out of 10 wouldn't recommend. The other players should have voices, and I don't think the music's playing through, but that's fine. This okay. There we go. So, howdy to you all. Now we do not have, at least for the first half. For the first half, we will not have lethality. There is an urgent work thing that came up, and that's fine because you gotta take care of what you gotta take care of. But we do have our 4 other players here, and so we'll go through our ritual table talk. That's a very firm part of any kind of role playing game, in my humble opinion. Because hey, it's been a week, and you know, even though these people are your friends, you know what's going on. Anything come up, something conversational, or if there's a question about something that happened last week that needs to be addressed, this is the perfect opportunity for that to happen. So if you all don't have that, you know, everyone talks about different things like session zeros, or you know, and those are good as well. But table talk is a very essential part of any role-playing game too, because at the end of any night, I mean, unless you're doing this as a pure profession, and not necessarily just for the love of the game or to spend time with people whose company you enjoy, this is a part of the experience. And so you all in the audience are also welcome to join in, you know, to say your hellos or be a part of this as well, because it's also it's a get together for you all as those who bear witness as the fickle gods over the puny mortals that are the characters in this wretched place known as Night City. Speaking of which, it looks like Ravenstar has been reminded of her either fickleness and or godliness, and she is giving a couple blessings to to some of the characters there. So thank you for doing so, Raven. And then for as long as you're around, thank you for modding as well. I think you have a game tonight too that you eventually will go over to. But for as long as we have you, thank you for being here. All right. Well, hey, you know what? Since JP, you are here among us, here at the start, we'll go with you. Is there anything in particular that has gone on this week, or anything interesting you want to bring up, or is there something that I, as your friend and host, can I help you shill? Do you have a podcast, a program, a channel, a YouTube, or anything that you want me or others to be aware of?
Gosh, I wish that were true anymore. I used to try to do those things, but I'm just too busy anymore.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, I'm going to launch, you know, a project, and I'll be recruiting players to do a Cyberpunk deep space game using the red system. Other than that, I think the only thing that I would like to shill, if I may, is if you're into tabletops and you're into niche tabletops, kind of like Cyberpunk is. I know it's more mainstream now because of the video game, but you know, this game started out in the 80s. There's a system called the Genesis, which was made by a company called Six More Vodka, which are very talented video game artists that have done work for games like League of Legends and a couple of other projects I can't think of off the top of my head. And the Genesis is set 500 years after the fall of society due to what they call the Eschaton, which was a giant meteorite swarm that just bombarded the planet, extinction level event. And with it, there was an alien fungus that has been slowly, over the last 500 years, changing Earth. And you have this mix mash of, the survivors of the surface with cultures that still were able to maintain some level of pre-end of the world technology. And best of all, it's a free-to-play system. You can go to degenesis.com and download all the rules, all the rule books, all the adventures. They made it free to play in 2021, and they are thinking about discontinuing the website. So
Get it while you
in a
can.
few months you can't play it anymore. But I think it's a really cool system. It's very simple. It's very similar to Cyberpunk. It's got some crunch to it, but it's also a very narrative game. It has a very unique setting, since it's, instead of being like based in North America, it is set over in Europe, so you have a whole different like geography that you're working with.
All right, can you post that link over? If you want to throw it in our like Cyberpunk chat or something, I'll copy it over into general.
Sure.
But thank you for that. I always like learning about this, and hey, especially if it's a system that might be on the verge of extinction itself. Everyone out there, give it a look, and if it's right for you, then play it. Or otherwise, if it inspires you, even if you don't run it, let that fuel your imagination for characters or adventures in other systems, or even, I don't know if any of you out there like drawing characters or writing stories. This is also, it's a bit of an unspoken thing, but many times you can just crack open a rule book to a game and you can get lost in the process of creation, not just character creation or role playing, but in imagining circumstances that you want to write a short story about, or a poem, or you want to draw a character because there's a concept to something that's really cool. So collecting tabletop role-playing games doesn't oblige you to play them, because it can unlock a lot of different ideas in you to play that system, or to incorporate ideas in others, or just to create and think and process things, which itself opens you up to learning about our real world, so then you can escape it into fantasy and sci-fi with the various systems. I've done an inordinate amount of research into all sorts of things. I'm sure I'm on several lists online somewhere for all the weird shit that I've had to look up on how much blood things or people have, or how quickly what's the blast radius of certain explosives or pew-pews, or this kind of stuff happens.
You and every writer.
And when you play games like like Vampire the Masquerade or things like, your excuses to, well, you see, Your Honor, this was for but your Google search clearly indicates that you are looking for how much blood the human body has, and the exsanguination process, and all sorts of medical stuff, and I was enjoying a game with friends where we're all playing monsters that kill people and try and fight back, actually.
For reasons.
Yeah, Your Honor, #reasons. Oh, well, case dismissed.
Bringing up the...
It's like, is this person a murderer or a writer?
Yeah.
Right. It's bringing up the inspiration by art. I mentioned Six More Vodka is primarily an art company, so the art in that game is absolutely gorgeous.
And Raven, thank you for sharing that, by the way.
The last thing I'll say, since we're talking about art for inspiration before I pass the buck per se, is that another really cool RPG just for art is called Cult with a K. That is a very cool system, both in terms of its idea of what it is and who you are as a player character in that world, but its art is also top tier. That one isn't free. That one you had to pay for. But there you go. There's my weekly shill moment. Spreading some.
We do like good art around here.
Yep. All right, let's pop over. Actually, we'll just go down the line. Outback being piloted by Chameleon here. How you doing, sir? Anything going on in your realm, online or off, that you want to talk about here?
Not a lot online. It's all quiet on that Western Front, but offline I have. That also wasn't me. Offline, I have begun yet another world building project because I'm addicted to building worlds. So,
Hey yo.
What's it in?
well, speaking to the previous conversation being inspired, I was inspired by the root symbol system to make a D&D campaign where, it's all animals, such.
Oh, okay, yeah,
So,
I remember that.
I've just been sitting and being like, what animal is an elf? And I settled on mice, by the way. Elves are mice and drow are rats. So
I mean, that parody works, I guess.
A fascinating thing similar to what you were doing, like the equivalency of fantasy races to our animal world, is the accents that we give our fantasy races.
Oh man.
Because for many, like, Elvish might be French, or dwarves are Scottish, and etc. But I wonder, if you come from a Spanish speaking country, how does that shift? Like, do you still have Scottish dwarves as a native Spanish speaker? And even then, if you are Spain Spanish, or if you're South American, and how that shifts, your own native land and language, how does that shift your perception? Because maybe to a Spaniard, we actually go to I don't know, like Italian for for their own reasons, because maybe some consonants are harder or softer or something. To them, the Italians are the dwarves or something. I love those thought processes, the equivalencies, right? I'm sorry, I cut you off, but what? So do continue. You're talking about an animal. Now, are you going to run this? Is this just theory crafting and world building for the sake of, like, entertainment, imagination, and?
More than likely, this is just going to fall to the bottom of my Google Docs with all the rest of them that I've done. But if I get more free time or a few more campaigns I'm in, and then, yeah, maybe I'll dig up one and run it.
Well, if you ever recruit, please let us know through here if anyone in our community would be welcome at your table. I'd love
absolutely.
to help fill it with passionate people. Also, hi,
Absolutely.
Felix just ran into my door.
Like he was galloping down the hall and then just...
Yeah, just like full on, like, head into the door to open it.
Also,
barreling into my room.
Also, I'm going to once again blame Tolkien for all of our fantasy accent attributations, because Lord of the Rings. I'm pretty sure they cast exclusively English people to play the elves.
And also, strangely enough, in the phenomenons, all the you have the space British, who are always the bad guys in sci-fi. So if you ever hear an English accent in space, that's the bad guy. Unquestionably.
if it is a high class English accent.
Oh well, yeah, that's true.
If it's a low class English accent, it's going to be your best friend.
Mm.
Yeah, if you can't actually understand what he's saying, but it's English, he's probably okay.
Well, anything else then? Are we gonna bop down to evil?
Bop on down.
All right, evil. How you doing, friend? What's going on?
Evil.
I've ended up reinstalling Sea of Thieves. But other than that, I got nothing going on.
That
do you have a
game.
crew in that game, or is this solo, or?
I got a couple, or I got a couple friends who, I guess they've been playing it again recently, so
Jumped in with them.
yeah.
I just uninstalled that. I am not going back to the toxic pirate game.
No.
Oh no, is there like a community aspect to it, or is it?
Sea of Thieves is pretty toxic. I mean, yeah, you're pirates. You're supposed to steal things, but yikes.
Oh, this is like PvP behavior.
Yeah, it's mainly, well, there's PvE, VP. So there are enemies to fight, but there's also other players.
Kind of an open world pirate game where there's like you and your crew, and then like I guess 5 or 6 other crews all in the same open world.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess the community's a mixed bag.
Well, if you have a crew though, Evil, then hopefully you all are having fun yourselves, and while you may run into other people, at least it's you and your friends building your island or your ship. It's basically Ultima Online at sea, says Bane. There's enemies to fight, but then someone else's ship comes along and kills you. Ah, okay.
For me personally, there's also just the skill gap. People who have been playing that nonstop since it released, I cannot keep up.
Well, that's sweaty no-lifers are they're the ultimate BBG in every game. So. Oh,
Those kinds of people are why I just don't play PvP games anymore.
Yeah.
Now some couch co-op though, man. I was kind of jonesing for. I had some good memories of playing GoldenEye. Because I'm in my 20s.
Oh, GoldenEye N64 era sort of first-person shooter.
Well, yeah, but like it's the couch, right? Like, and you pretend not to screen peek, but you almost can't help it because everyone's on the same screen. But it's I don't know.
Man.
I had a lot of good memories. I had a lot of fun playing that with friends.
We came up with some creative solutions to that screen peek, and I tell you what.
Oh yeah, like people are like taping like cardboard like things, and yeah, just all sorts of. But, lots of fun, and in a sense, that's why I think that's what has led to my appreciation of tabletop games like this, or even just like coffee with our comfy gaming on Thursdays, just playing something with friends. Solo play is fun, but even if there's a little bit of a
collabs are where
to things, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in collabs. Like Evil, whenever you join in for some ghost hunting, Chameleon, you too. Like it's just nice because it would be cool if we were all on the same couch, playing, and it's actually like, hey, we're eating pizza and like bumping elbows and something. But at least doing that, it's pardon. I find a lot of satisfaction in that, and I don't know, especially when there's just so much of everything. This could be in part. We'll still get to you, Coffee, but a lead into the dystopia of Night City and our setting of Cyberpunk. When there's so much that is commodified, or products that sort of turn you into the product itself. It's nice to experience human moments. And if you're ever having times where you're in doubt, or you're just like, man, it like one thing or the other just isn't working, or I'm having trouble relying on remote entities, whether it be they public or private. Having people at your table, having friends to play with, and being able to communicate, and having these shared memories, like with all of us as the Cyberpunk crew here, with the things that we do, these are ours, and these are the water cooler moments that we don't have as much of in broader pop culture. Before there was kind of a sense of that, in the before times, when almost everyone watched Seinfeld, and if you didn't, you would still gather around the water cooler at work and you talk about that episode. And there was kind of a interesting, like, they're literal watering holes where people would just socialize and talk about this. But not a lot of people go to the movies, and not a lot of people watch the same thing because everything is available all the time. I believe that there's a funny person with round glasses playing the piano who sings a song about that. I believe he wants to interest you in everything all of the time, and because of just that fire hose of content and everything, there's not a lot of these bonding moments. And so for a Friday night like this, that's why I'm very fortunate to be able to play with you all. Evil, you got your friends here. You're getting your hearty crew together, not only to face down the seas, but the actual asses out there who are going into a toxic environment. You get that feeling of it's like it's us versus the world. You get that camaraderie, and I don't know, it warms my heart. So I'm really glad that you're sticking to it, and you have these games that you play, and you're not letting that sort of bullshit slow you down, my friend. That's it's encouraging. So like hearing that sort of stuff, that keeps the Grinch's heart 3 sizes on more than just Christmas Day. Anything else you want to bring up, game wise, or if there's anything on your mind, or an interesting game or podcast or anything that you want to give a shout out to, Evil?
Nothing comes to mind for that. Though, I think it was kind of funny because I was talking with my dad about last session, and that was kind of fun. Talking about the humanity rules and stuff, and it's like, yeah, if depending on which rules we decide to use, feel like that should be like points to my humanity instead of against it, given everything that happened.
Yep, and we all sorry, this is this. I'm looking at the. By the way, audience, anytime I look away this way, there's a second camera that goes right to my players, and so as if they're here, because I want to treat them like they are here, like we are at a table together in a heads-up environment. We did talk about that, and we'll implement it. So for right now, don't worry about humanity loss or gain. I understand what you're talking about, and what I want to do is let's finish the job. We'll finish the electronic fair, and then after everything is, we'll tally it and we'll implement what needs to be brought up. But that is a good point. For arguing losses or gains, or even a mix. On one hand, yes, there is this. On the other, but there's also this, and yeah. So we'll definitely get to it. Although I'm curious now, Evil, because you brought it up here. When you're talking about this game to your dad, was it interesting to him? Like, was he kind of doing that, like leaning forward, and when you described, like, man, I was carrying that bomb out and I just I saved the conference or something. Like, was he into it? Like, was he smiling, kind of leaning forward? Like, does he did that spark his interest about what's going on, or how did that go?
I don't really know. I know.
Oh, go ahead.
When I talk to him about most things, it's not I guess not really too interesting to him.
Oh, maybe a generational gap or something.
But I don't know. But we're also in the car and he was driving, so there's that too.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, all right, that's fair. That
Right.
we can't exactly grab our pitchforks and torches like, oh, what an asshole, he doesn't listen to his son. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Like, well, he was driving, so that's that works too. Well, at least for the here and now, you absolutely know that Gopher is Gopher is more like the goater, because he has done some. He has been the goat in a lot of situations here, and we'll see what this Saturday holds for him here. As we'll be getting a new day.
I'm also sitting here thinking about just thinking about what it's like in the boardrooms at these companies. Because I'm sure, the EBM execs are sitting there watching all this go down, and then they're breathing a sigh of relief that somehow this didn't go fucking horribly wrong, and then
the
Atari execs, yeah.
Who knows? There might have been a plan for this the entire time.
Maybe.
And then mysteriously, 3 EBM employees never come into work again.
This electronics fair is Mr. Beaning its way through catastrophe.
Yeah,
But that's depending on what happens today, it's the Atari guys are sitting there in their boardroom watching this are we really the only company that fucking shit went horribly wrong for at this fair?
Yep. And it's a little fun too, because hey, I understand that Arasaka is the corporation that everyone loves to hate, but can we spread the hate around? Can we also hate on Segatari and EBM and these other corporations that they're there? They may not be as bad as Arasaka, but things happen. There's still espionage. There's still people who will even just exploit them, even if they are good. So, and then you all get caught up in that because whatever problem that lady had, or whatever, she may have had no problems with EBM. Maybe she was just paid for it. It still happened, and you all were there, and then you're caught up in other people's shit. So that's part of the fun and paranoia of this game. Yay!
All I'm saying, there is an equal opportunity hater bumper sticker on my car.
And then we'll wrap up our table talk here with D-Res being piloted by Coffee Cat Presents. Coffee, hi. Good to see you again.
Hello.
24 hours.
Yes, and I have fixed I fixed an internet issue for the audience who wasn't here and who was here last week and saw me just repeatedly off and on. But yes, issue resolved. Things going on for me. Obviously, I collab with Matt on Stardew Valley on Thursdays now. We're getting pretty far in the first year, so there's that. But the things going on my channel specifically is a lot more tabletop. We have recently started Brisbane by Night Hellfire, which had its premiere episode. It was going to be live on Twitch on this last Saturday, but hence internet issues. So that is instead posted as a YouTube exclusive right now. So go and catch that on youtube.com, Coffee Cat Presents. But we'll be doing episode 2 this coming Saturday, which is tomorrow. So there's that. And then I'm working also on my own VTM game, which I will be storytelling on Wednesdays. San Antonio by Night Blood Gambit. And that is the setting that initially started off my channel as a tabletop RPG in the Twitch space, and so from that first campaign to now, there's a 7-year gap, and it's time to go back and visit San Antonio again. We have a batch of Camarilla spies going into the Anarch City, and they're going to figure out if they can actually take the city for the Camarilla or not.
7 years later in San Antonio, and I'm just imagining players walking back in, and it's that community meme where everything's on fire and it's all chaos. I leave for 7 years, and this is what happened.
And then also in vampire politics and in unlives, 7 years isn't really even that long.
Nope.
Kind of makes you wonder what the machinations then of the even older people are. If everyone is squabbling over 7 years, all the youngins who are like only 100 years old and undeath.
Just 7 years.
The elder prince that they serve wants to take the city, and there's many reasons for doing so.
Yep. For him, it's a 7 years is a Tuesday.
Exactly.
All right. Anything else then,
I always
Coffee?
forget.
Or are we gonna descend into madness and blasphemy and cyberpunk?
Go catch Brisbane by Night Hellfire on YouTube. Do that.
There you go. The link is down.
Raven posts my YouTube channel.
All right. It is time then
Still
for
trying.
session 12.
Still trying to get 200 to 100 subscribers on YouTube.
Well, then
So.
please go and give Coffee Cat a follow on the YouTubes.
I am.
We are on session 12, Execute. And while the vast majority of the content will take place on Saturday, January 12th, 2064, I do want to take a moment because breathers should be breathed. After you all end up going home, if you wanted, and maybe you don't, just saying I want to go to bed and not worry about getting blown up or doing anything extra that causes my brain to keep me from sleeping, because you do have to be at work at 9 a.m. Sharp. We'll start with you, Outback. Are there any moments, whether you want to interact with NPCs here, because you do, you're residing with the Aldecaldo, so you can sort of like rent a tent with them, or you're on the outskirts of their main encampment. Is there anyone here you want to talk to, or do you want to have some inner monologue as you're driving, or as you're kicking off your boots after another day in the city? You lost your job. There was this explosion, everything going on. You have a spotlight that you are welcome to use or pass.
Well, I think he's just glad that he doesn't have to get up at 9 tomorrow. Or
That's
be
true.
there by 9. Because every day so far has just gotten worse and worse.
Are you still going to drop the kids off at school, so to speak? Or are you going to take the others to work?
Yeah, he's gonna he's obviously gonna go in there. I was hoping in the panic of the evacuation he could have scooped up like a day pass that someone had, so he could just sneak on in without having to pay. Although it's the last full day, so I imagine day of rate for entry probably won't be terrible.
Yeah.
Most expensive day was probably Friday.
With the big EBM announcement, and of course, as you're cruising home, if you listen to the radio, or even if you don't, I'm sure you pass by some news billboard. Explosion at the convention center, but also a lot of people are really excited about the proposed plans for the stadium.
Yeah.
In fact, I bet there are more than a handful of Aldecaldos that, even if they don't tend to go into the city, there's plenty of radio or TV signals that make their way out into the desert, where sports would be something that would be talked about. So word of that, probably even above the explosion, because maybe if only because of the pessimism of the nomads, a lot of them would be way more interested in, oh, did you hear the Nighthawks are going to get a new home in like 5 years, or stuff like that.
Yeah. I think given he did just lose his job, technically means he's not going to get paid. So anything else he does will be a waste of time. He is going to be perfectly financially responsible and spend money now.
Yep. Yep. That's how it goes.
I imagine there's probably probably multiple of the nomads here who just like sell things.
Oh,
And
yeah,
he's gonna go see. He's gonna go see if they got any alcohol.
Oh yeah, there's
Yeah, not even. I imagine financial responsibility because he's not looking for like cheap swill. He's going for good stuff.
I don't have a particular menu with any sort of real world prices, but if you find one, or if you're like, yeah, I'm gonna buy like 3 bottles of the top shelf stuff, I trust you to deduct that from your bank account and add it to your inventory, or as they say, you only rent liquor, so you never.
Let me see here. Those are mixed drinks. That's not going to help me. I doubt there's going to be a nomad with just several glasses of Johnny Silverhands.
Well, there's fencers and smugglers, and there are just business people, kind of like you too.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that anything that you could get in the city, you could get, especially because you're not a part of the clan, but you're close enough to it that they would open up their private stock to you. You're a known quantity. You're a trusted person, even as a visitor, or sort of like a whatever Aldecaldos in training or whatever. I don't know if they have some sort of particular word for sort of like a peripheral person to the family, but yeah, anything they have, they could open up to you. You haven't done them wrong.
Yeah.
That's not yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna say he gets like some good Keela, and I'm gonna quickly go and snipe 100 eddies out of my cash.
Okay. In fact, while you're there, you're going to whatever kind of a bar on wheels that they might have, or a liquor store on wheels. You'd hear people talking about the events and about the announcement. Like, oh, hey, do you think that they're going to be hiring people for the construction? Well, yeah, they probably will, but is that a job that you really want? You want to go into the city? You want to work for them? You know what's happened in the past before. Yeah, but think of the money. The 5 years of construction, that's a lot of eddies. This is all new stuff. So people are going to have the natural back and forth that you'd expect, especially among the nomads, who really, many of them for many, many years have been the builders. They have been the ones hired and brought into the city to provide the labor, to transport the concrete and the rebar, and even the exotic materials for the C-suite floors, like the polished granite and stuff. So it has the camp talking.
Yeah. Well, if they take that work, if the head is probably going to be the one who decides if they take work for them.
Oh yeah, they're like, oh yeah, we'll definitely have a meeting about it. And so these are just people chatting after like one news cycle night. So
yeah, I think he's just going to go his tent, pop tequila, pour out a shot, pour it into the fire for the poor guy who was destroyed by a bomb.
Yeah. Yep.
And then that's going to be his night.
All right. Well, then you have a good night. You certainly, not that you were sick, but a little bit of Grandpa's old cough medicine helps you get to sleep. And 9 o'clock. Well, even earlier because you got to go fetch everyone. But the morning will come early enough. So, all right. Well, there's that little bit of information. You drank well tonight. You got to hear some camp rumors. Going in, spending some money, and drinking here or there. Let's pop over to, well, you know what? The next tab over is Gopher's pad. So Gopher, you go home that night. Is there any kind of inner monologue that you have, or is there anything in particular in these nighttime hours that you want to do, either in the building or if you tell Outback, hey, just drop me off like 3 blocks away. I want to go get some groceries at the convenience store or something. What is your night like?
Uh, I think he's gonna go straight home,
Okay.
and when he gets inside, kind of just collapse on the bed and kind of just process everything that just happened.
Are you like staring at your hands like, oh, I did this or something, or
Probably more at the ceiling, but yeah, probably some of that too. Like, yeah, I I really just did that,
do you have a big
and somehow I'm
does he have a big grin
alive.
on his face like I did that, and he's like proud of himself and smiling, or what's the process? What's his thoughts here?
Uh, Probably more shock than anything.
Oh, okay. All right.
Just yeah.
Well, your accomplishments will also help you, and probably you probably get an extra good night's rest because of that adrenaline rush, and that's probably leaving your body kind of drained. You got that natural shot of it. People quite literally pay just to have one of those installed, and you got it for free. You got the natural high, but now you get that nice like coasting into unconsciousness. Your brain is ticking on everything that happened, and the we have the out of character placeholder for the morality of it, humanity gain or humanity loss. We can say that that's a part of weighing things, like, oh man, that really sucks that a guy died, but I also saved a room full of people also, and you didn't know, you weren't trying to blow up that dude, he just happened to be there, and you know the decision was made. But at least for this night, Gopher, any of the ambiance around your hab stack is drowned out by peaceful sleep, or your contemplations. So the random shootings. Unfortunately for all of you, like even you, Drez, in your mega building, hearing gunshots at night is not an uncommon thing. Or hearing the police sirens, or hearing scuffles and chases and just people arguing. It's a crush of humanity. But you know what? For this night, Gopher, you stepped up and you did something, and uh, you will. We can get to it in the morning because you won't have to necessarily reply back to it. But you will have a job solicitation from EBM waiting for you in the morning if you want to take up something full time with them. Because you stepped up and you did something pretty big there. Um, okay. Is there anything else then for your evening?
Eh, not really.
All right. Well, sir, you enjoy your night's rest, and we're gonna head over then over to JP's pad. JP, of course, has beautiful waterfront property. Uh, uh,
Mhm.
he pretty much lives in a van by the river, and JP, as you arrive at your house, remember that you ended up finding something while you were sweeping up the scene of the crime. Um, what
I am
what are your
not
thoughts or
sure
actions?
that
Oh,
JP is currently here.
oh, oh! Did he?
Yeah. Uh, Discord says he had to go for 15-20 minutes to
Oh,
pick his girlfriend up from work.
oh, got it. Okay, then actually, what I totally meant was uh
Was
was
Drez.
Drez, and not even Kiri. Although we can pretend that Kiri is here. Like I can make a little like a little like sock puppet. Like, no, huh? Yeah, well. All right, so D-Rez, you're welcome to fill in ideas or have a shadow boxing conversation with Kiri if you want to pretend that she's here. But do you have any thoughts, processes? Are you just like taking a shower and flopping? What's on your mind tonight, if anything?
Well, out of character, I was gonna have a call with JP about negotiating us some some hazard pay, but that's gonna have to wait.
Okay.
Aside from that, just kind of talking things over with Kiri, just kind of back and forth processing, because doing so verbally for D-Rez is kind of how she actually how she actually processes things. So ever since Kiri came to live with her, that's just been something they do, is that they unwind about the day.
Okay.
After all said and done, and they've been in merc work for several years together now. And D-Rez probably finds it more helpful than Kiri does, because Kiri's more of a stoic kind of person, but D-Rez is just word vomiting for as long as Kiri will let her. So
are you going down like conspiracy paths? Are you on your computer going, oh my, there's this and it could be this, and you're trying to like link stuff, and as you're spiraling and winding tighter, like Kiri just kind of comes up as like, relax and helps you unwind.
Yeah, that's pretty typical of their day to day, is that sometimes D-Rez is too smart for her own good, and she definitely has the tendency to go down what some would consider like conspiracy thoughts. However, the number of times that she's been right is a little uncanny. So she clearly has the mind to be able to read between the lines. And
do you have any thoughts then about what's happening or what happened in a broader or specific sense?
She's not sure as to the reason as to why yet, but she can definitely understand the person involved who had the bomb with her. She didn't necessarily look like a corpo. She looked like just an ordinary congoer, right?
Yeah, well, it was some sort of a spy, at least. Definitely not. She was dressed as a media. She had a reasonable facsimile to Jen.
Okay. So D-Rez's thoughts is that this was intentional to obviously bring Jen some heat in the media space and give her reputation a bit of a hit. So that's either on purpose or coincidental. It could just be that that's the person whose credentials they found and that's how they got their in. Jen's reputation would take a hit if something like this were to happen as a result of her. But there's plenty of reasons as to why why a bomb would be attempted to set off in the area where this new stadium was being presented as an idea, because it could be any political opponents from the mayor's office, could be any corp just trying to take a shot at EVM or at Petrochem or at any number of any specific entities in that room.
Mm.
So I think what she spends her time doing is she's finding out more about who was supposed to be the target, whether that was a corp, whether that was Jen, whether that was the uh, a shot in the dark at political opponents, could be whatever that might be, and just kind of voicing her theories to Kiri until such a time that they go to bed.
Okay. Does this mean that you're liking, following, and subscribing Hard on Tech? You want to read more about what Jen does and thinks? Why she might have been targeted?
Probably not following, but definitely researching.
Okay.
Mostly because D-Rez thinks that the name of her blog is completely one note and not funny, but also like that could just be D-Rez being a fuddy-duddy.
All right. Well, then, you begin. For one night of research, I don't have a lot to reveal about Hard on Tech, but at least on the initial, as you also have like 10 other windows open, and you have this mental conspiracy board, and you're talking out loud to yourself, or you think you're talking to yourself and you actually aren't, and that's when Kiri's like, yeah, all right, hey, you gotta come to bed. Come on. So I won't necessarily say that there's anything that would jump out to you that would change your opinion about Jen or Hard on Tech, by at least opening her blog and kind of like getting that initial like first impression of the homepage and everything. But if you do decide to pour more into this media personality's work, then there might be other things there that you can delve into. But that will just depend on your time and your patience for such a project. But for sure, she has a blog there. It seems pretty standard
Does she
issue.
have any?
It's above average
Does
competency?
Does she have any known rivals in the media space? Where someone may be vying for the same kinds of stories, or somebody that would be actively trying to disrupt her reputation?
On first blush, there is no one who seems to be a major rival to her.
Okay.
Not in the way that there are known beefs between other personalities. Whether they're influencers, like Brotherman and Fair Dinkum, or even like News Corps or something, or the famous Arasaka Militech rivalry. We don't necessarily have anyone that is on first blush like, oh, that Jen Raider is 2 out of 10 or whatever.
Yeah. So it's looking more likely that she was just the target of some opportunistic person, because the mask that the perpetrator had was more of a display faceplate sort of thing, right? Like where it's like a mask, more like.
Yeah, think
mask.
think like if you took material kind of like pantyhose and you put it over your head, but it could like display a face over it with like a like you could wear like a wig or something, and you can have, or like your hair could stick out, but it would or almost like a Scooby-Doo cartoon mask where to us as the viewer it looks like a monster, and apparently it fools everyone in the Scooby-Doo universe. But at the end, after the monster's tied up, they pull it off, and there's a person underneath. And there was no evidence whatsoever that this was old man McGillicuddy the whole time. So it a mask of sorts was pulled off, and so it was someone who had a mutable face piece of tech, I don't know if that detail was necessarily shared with you, but out of character, we know that this person didn't get every detail right, because Jen doesn't wear green panties and this person does, and on top of that, her helmet, which is probably be more noticeable to you anyway, um, her helmet was close but not the same. And especially to Gopher, nothing was really hooked up. It was kind of a thrown together thing. Now, Jen's media rig is really a thing of her own doing. It's not like some, whatever,
Standard issue.
like big corpo news cam 500 standard model. This is her with like a backpack. She's like a modern day like mom blogger on Facebook. She just sort of has her own opinions and she brings her own stuff. And so her rig, like it was kind of like sets her apart to be whatever, is really just sort of like a glorified like headband with some gear, but at least that does something. What this lady had, and again, however much was communicated in or out of character, or especially when you're off shift, you're sitting in a car, you could talk about this. Her gear wasn't hooked up. It was just sort of like, oh, well, here's all I got to do is like glue stuff onto a headband, make it appear kind of janky, and then hide my C4 or whatever, in the mix. But nothing actually was hooked up to work. So
basically like a cosplay prop kind of thing.
Yeah, there you go, exactly.
Yeah.
It was more like a cosplay prop. Who's really gonna look? Who's really gonna care about Jen Rader from Hard on Tech News? Like she exists, but she doesn't have the biggest tech blog. And, she has a very unusual rig for her media gear, but it's not unusual in a way that people care or catches eyes, because it's a lot of just standard tech used in a non-standard way. But there's nothing edgy or flashy about it. In fact, arguably, it's gaudy or unprofessional. So, who cares?
Which is kind of what's leading D-Res to kind of lean into Jen was just the unfortunate bystander that got their credentials swiped.
Well, fortunately, Kiri does pull you back from your conspiracy spiraling. Tells you it's fine. Just group up your 100 tabs you have open. You can reopen them tomorrow. Save your RAM. And you will be able to go to sleep. Whether or not that's peaceful or fitful, I'll leave that for you, because D-Rez's brain is very active. Is
Always
an alphabet soup, just sort of like always kind of stirring around, and letters sometimes come together as words and sometimes don't. But morning will come, the sun will rise, and so too will you two. You can have whatever, if you want to even eat anything here, you will be given a breakfast, of course. You can get the notification. Outback, did you drink yourself into a stupor, or did you just enjoy a fine liqueur?
Probably just drink to enjoy kind of night.
Okay. All right. We won't worry about. I don't need a rouse roll from you. I know this isn't VTM, but you don't need any extra help or to spend blood rousing from your slumber. So yeah, you can wake up. I mean, whether or not you have a headache or you just you drink some water before you do, then you can swing by and get people as per normal. Nothing will impede you all in your mornings, and of course we can have in the car whatever conversations you'd like to have, or you can have a if we want to say out of character, hey, we all talk about what all of us were listening in on. That's perfectly fine as well. Moments like this, and I'm speaking to the audience in this regard, because you all as the players probably get the sort of like idea to this, or the pacing of this in the game. But to take a moment, because this is an instructional channel as well on this, making sure that you do give time, like this kind of downtime. It's only one night, but allowing the players or really the characters to be able to communicate in ways, or to to decompress or have these thought experiments on their own, is an important part of the back and forth. You do want to apply tension, and we definitely had that in spades last night. But now it is a new day, and there could very well be suspicion coming into this. But for your all's mornings, you're picked up as you are. Is there anything before you get into work and you put on the uniform, and I'm sure you all as players know what I'm going to be asking for next once the shift starts. But on the arrival or on the way to the convention center, you're making your way from each of your living spaces. You're traveling into Pacifica. Man, this place is bright and shiny. This seems to be like the future hub of Night City. Now that you are as a group. Oh, and we might
There's
have
JP.
Yep, we might have JP here in a moment to give comment. But besides the sharing of things, of like, oh yeah, here's a detail, or one thing or the other. Any thoughts? Any hesitations? Do you have any words that you want to say to Outback, who is, at least as an employee, persona non grata?
Are you expecting, chew money for driving us back and forth?
No, I got more than enough of that.
Well, I mean, you're out the contract money, which sucks, because you put in 2 days' work.
Well, I've survived this long. More work will come up, I'm sure.
I can't say that I blame you for walking out, because I was on the verge of doing that myself. Given how much heat that this particular convention has been getting, as far as like whack jobs that are just trying to destroy everything, I'm surprised most of the staff haven't just walked out, said, fuck it. We don't need money that bad to be risking our lives like this.
I can't believe I'm still alive.
Yeah. If anyone, I would have understood if you had been the one to just be like, nah, fuck it, dude, I'm out.
People who actually work for the convention center can't just walk out. All the other people who are temps like y'all, well, they're edge runners. They've dealt with worse.
But this is an electronics fair. It's not a merc job, for all intents and purposes.
But I'm fairly certain there have been probably several people making off with some things in all the chaos, and they quite appreciate it.
It's crossed my mind. I'm a merc. I mean, granted, very, very infrequently do I actually leave my chair that I'm assigned, because I've got to be net running the entire time. It feels like eons, really, when you're in that space and you're just watching people.
I can only imagine.
It's rough. I'm just saying that if you wanted a couple hundred eddies for the chew, I'd be willing to front it.
Well, look, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money any more than you're going to be able to tell me what to do with my employment. And if you insist upon giving me money, then I will not argue because your friend Kiri
You
is
could
quite
use-
terrifying.
And just like everybody else in this damn car, we could all use the eddies.
Well, I won't argue.
I fully intend on us getting hazard pay. I might not be
Yeah.
the one to convince anybody to do it because I'm not exactly the most eloquent. But I'm definitely going to insist that we at least ask. We are mercs, after all. Our pay wage goes up when our life's on the line.
Fair enough.
I get the feeling if anyone can talk Bulldog into it, it'll probably be JP. But I think I'm probably gonna talk to my boss on the EBM side and see if can get some extra money there.
Something that you should ask them is, in the whole presentation of everything, who might have wanted this whole thing to go completely tits up?
Probably worth an ask for sure.
It would be worth an ask and worth asking for a little extra cash if they want you to go digging.
Speaking of employment, I guess EBM definitely did notice what I ended up doing back there, so they sent out an offer.
What kind of offer? Working like a slave 70 hours a week and getting tits all for it?
Matt?
Yeah, you are offered full-time employment with EBM. Now you're not being hired in as a C-suite exec, but you are being given a good full-time job at a major corp. So,
Nothing fancy, but stable employment.
stable employment, which would put you in better living conditions. You know, I guess in-game mechanically, depending on if you take it or not, that might get you out of the Hab stack, and you could actually live in more of like the corpo class living arrangements.
Called the Corporal Conapt.
Yeah, a conapt. That's right.
And all you have to do is sell your soul out for a 120-hour work week.
So yeah, like I'm not promising you, that this is 40 hours and then you get like time and a half for, you know, it with a cap at 60. Again, like this is one of the things where, you know, you go in and say, oh, I want to work here. Great. You know what? I love your experience. In fact, we're only going to have you work half days. Oh, 4 hours a day? No, like 12 half days. So, you know, is it going to be grueling? Are you mining coal with a pickaxe? No. You know, but is it a full-time corpo job? Yes. Will it give you a better living arrangement? Yes. You know, will it make it, you know, out of character? Obviously, I want you to continue to adventure as a part of the crew. But it would be extra work on top of the tech work. You know, you'd be hired in for the things that you've done. you're great with wiring things and you did the diagnostics and all this, you'd be doing that. So
you just change from techie to exec.
Is this a devil's deal? I mean, maybe like a soft devil's deal. It would improve some things in your life, but you're also, you're working for EBM. That could give you access to information and databases, though, and you keep, the crew isn't official yet, so it's not exactly like you're a known, you're known to be in cahoots with any, net runners or edge runners of that are noteworthy. Not yet. That's kind of the goal is to make yourselves names. It is an option with the out of character knowledge of, I mean, you'll continue to be Gopher and you're going to go on missions that are going to be silly and dangerous and will risk your life, and we'll hold our sides because they're about to launch off because it's so funny. So that's your call for your character, and a great roleplay prompt, because for any of you in the audience, if you didn't see Coffee Cat's face as D-Rez when Gopher said, I got an email of employment at EBM, just that, like, the look, that was golden. So yeah, it's
better than Militech.
It's a choice. But you're not on a time limit, Gopher. It's not like, well, you have to reply, within 24 hours. It's, you still have your job. Something may happen where you say, nah, I'm good, fam. But it's there. And it is an option. And you remember too, D-Rez, you have a full, you even before Gopher had a full-time employment offer made to you by the convention center, which in a sense it's, I guess, broadly, technically Night Corp, even though the convention center is also, I guess, more narrowly, less technically its own thing. It's just sort of like managed by Night Corp, or sort of a part of that. It wouldn't make you a Night Corp employee directly. You'd be the convention center employee, and you'd be net running from the convention center, primarily for it. It would be a kind of a corpo job, though. So for being competent in your jobs, your possible reward is, you get a full-time job, which does come with a pay increase. You don't necessarily have to pick up the canned papers, the Q&Ds, the quick and dirties. You would have stable employment every week that would just occupy a block of time, but you would be receiving greater income. You'd have job stability, so that it's not that you couldn't use JP as a fixer to get odd jobs on top of that, but it would just be, a shift. It would be, well, you all get to be Bruce Wayne during the day, and then you get to do Batman stuff at night. So
ever since taking this corporate job, my budget for energy drinks has quadrupled.
But you have a similar full-time offer, D-Rez.
She hasn't had a chance to discuss it with Kiri yet about whether she wants to take it.
Yeah, and out of character. Although I think Dietz might have mentioned it. You don't have to provide a yes or no by the end of the weekend. It's an open offer because you've proven your competency, which apparently is in short supply, or people who are willing to commit to the full-time job as opposed to just sort of floating job to job, or having a lot of flexible part-time hours instead of just dedicating a chunk of their life to, I work, and then you do with whatever's left over. It's an option. But anyway, this is a good card conversation to have, which does also, talking to the audience, you see why it's good to offer this. not only does it do world building for you, it allows your characters to have these awesome interactions and to discuss this stuff. And then also, as the GM DMST, I don't expect them to or not to take these jobs, but it's a choice that they get to make as players for their characters. And let's say Gopher takes his full-time job, but D-Rez doesn't. That the story will continue on. The people that they haven't met are still out there doing the things that they're doing, for good or for evil. That's still going to happen, but how you get there can change because of the employment conditions. Or that could open up resources or cool new stuff. That could open up tech, like actual physical tech. If you have a member of the crew who works at EBM and, you get to have, we're talking about Bruce Wayne. What Lucius is the tech guy for it, right?
Lucius Fox.
Yeah. Lucius Fox. So in that case, Gopher could almost be like a Lucius Fox style character of like, hey, so EBM is working on this really neat, I don't know, something or other that it's a experimental deck. Maybe you want to try it out, D-Rez, or something, So that could open up an option like that in the game. But also, if the player, or even if the player wants to, but the character is like, no, I'm so anti-corp, then that's fine too, because the game will carry on, but it'll just carry on differently. But yeah, so you as players have time to think about it, and even your characters do too. But that's on the table for you. Anything else brought up? And Outback, obviously, you're here for this too. You're driving. So.
Yeah.
Well, EBM might be one of those that, is kind of on the forefront of technology. Aside from, the big ones. I don't know. It's an interesting thought that they're the ones wanting to get into making a stadium for sports. I don't know. Have y'all been to a Nighthawks game?
Know what the Nighthawks were.
Oh god, really? They're only the most awesome sports team on this side of California.
Well, I'm from a few sides over from California.
But you've been here for years now, right?
Not exactly into sports.
Well, neither am I, but everybody's heard of the Nighthawks. Gopher?
I'm not too much into physical sports myself.
Oh my god. I went to a game when I was a kid. I forget sometimes that you guys are road warriors, so the ability to go to a game aside from make your own. Tell me at least you've played like basketball, hockey, or football. It's soccer even.
Back when we were a kid, we didn't really have too many sports equipment, but sometimes the older nomads in our clan would drive the cars at a slow pace, around 20 miles an hour, and we would jump back and forth from the roofs.
That's far more dangerous.
Well, sometimes you gotta do that. If one of your family's cars is in need of repair, can't just stop while a bunch of bandits are chasing you.
You're talking about jumping between cars, making repairs, while driving under duress?
Life
You've
of a
never done?
nomad.
There's a lot less structure when you leave the city.
Apparently so. A lot more desert, too.
Well, in the southwest, yes.
Could you still do that now? Jumping between cars?
If there was any reason for me to jump from my car, yes.
You made it sound like you did so a little bit for fun.
Well, I could,
Like that was
but
a sport.
no, it was. You would see how high you could jump while going across the gap.
And if you and if you accidentally, fell,
Well, that was an important lesson, wasn't it?
how many
Well,
Parsaps died because of that?
Oh, none. We didn't go too fast. Said only like 15, 20 miles an hour.
That's awfully slow for a chase.
Well, if it was an actual chase and you fell, you were probably going to die no matter what because you were being chased. During the game, nah, not really. A few sprained
Bizarre.
ankles, broken arm here or there. That's how I broke my arm.
And you got it fixed by a Ripper, right?
I got it fixed by my family.
And one of them a Ripper dog?
Something like that.
So wait, you said you're implanted. How did you get your implants then?
Well, you city folk, your Ripper docs are a lot different than what we have out on the road. You could call her a Ripper, but she would just call herself a doctor. Let me actually make sure I'm getting that correct on her. Fairly certain the clan's doctor was female. It's been a while. Was, yeah, Clara Harmon.
Okay.
Well, what do you know?
His arm looked a lot different before I got to the city. Once I got here, I got this plastic coating put on it. Take this off, you would probably scare Gopher right out of the car.
Why is that?
This ain't your fancy high-tech city stuff.
Wait, so you're
Is that his sidearm's just a piece of rebar with 2 screws in it?
so your arms chipped in too?
You didn't notice?
You wear long sleeves.
Rolls the sleeves up. Very clear plastic-coated sidearm.
That could have been an aesthetic choice.
Well, it's not.
Some people get plated their organic limbs. I don't know. I'm not a Ripper. I don't know these things. All I know is that I'm perfectly okay being organic aside from my cyber deck. I don't need anything else.
I've heard a lot of people say that. And then they
What else
fall
could I
for the. And they fall
possibly
for
want?
the. Well, you're working at a place that tries to convince people otherwise. So electronic fair is about telling people that they need to buy the new and the big and the bad.
Yeah. And
Just saying.
the masses that get roped into that kind of thing are the ones that end up going psycho. I've heard the stories. I've read the news articles about psychos all the time. It's enough to steer you clear and keep you on the straight and narrow, as it were.
One of the
That's
reasons I
how-
prefer to tinker with my cyberware.
The more you tinker with it, though, the more it could.
Real truth is, the more dangerous work you get into, the harder it is to be entirely organic. More dangerous work you want to do, the further you have to push that. You just gotta know when to stop. Fortunately, that becomes a little bit more difficult the more cyberware you have.
Well, anytime I run, I risk my brain getting cooked. Even if I'm working a corpo job. Nothing about that changes.
No, I don't suppose it would.
And no amount of cyberware is going to keep me safer in cyberspace.
Well, you got me there. There's a great deal of cyberware that is sold on the tin that would make me better at driving, but I don't believe it.
Well, I wouldn't recommend it. You
I
should
don't need.
always, in any situation where you're considering more cyberware, think about it triply hard. Think and think and think.
No, I don't gotta think about it. I don't need to replace all my nerves and plug into the car to understand it.
It does have the modern conveniences of your identification being in your brain, not on a card that you could lose. Plenty of people also forge their identification too, so.
You can
Even with
forge
the
a
neural
car,
link, you can forge it.
so why do it? If it's gonna be able to be forged anyways.
Well, eventually cards are going to go obsolete. What you going to do then?
Find another place where it's not.
You can literally just ride out in the Badlands.
Well, I don't know. I don't link up with cars. Some people swear by it, though.
JP, if you are with us, did you have any commentary, like internal monologue for last night, or anything you want to bring up in the car on the way to work?
Well, I believe JP normally takes public transport.
Oh shoot,
That's
he
right.
does.
I take the NC cart.
Yeah.
Takes the end cart.
Well then, if not in the car, I mean, obviously you could message. You're not on the clock right now. But anything back at your pad or like just before we get into the roles for the shift and whatever events will play out today, did you have anything in particular that you wanted to bring up?
Well, I kind of wish I was a fly on the wall in that conversation, so JP could text our intrepid netrunner the exact cybernetics that would be awesome for her as a netrunner, and offer to procure those for her.
I mean, hey, you have a phone, and
But-
your phone is listening to you, so you're going to start seeing ads for cyberware related to net running.
Yeah.
Your scream sheet ads are going to become very personalized.
Yep. See what they do.
I
But,
don't know what I want. Advertisers, we do.
Yep. But JP, you would probably get a text during the evening from Drez about what do you intend to do about hazard pay?
Oh, his response is, well, lady, normally I conduct such conversations before contracts are agreed upon, but I do not mind attempting to advocate.
Because we've put our life on the line a couple of times for this damn electronics fair at this point, and my rate goes up when my life's on the line, so...
Then, I must say, I've just swept floors.
And I've dropped people unconscious with their shooting at me, so...
In the convention center?
Yes.
When did that happen?
Thursday night.
she'll send a triple question mark at first, and then about a second later, that was Thursday. Did you not? Were you asleep in the corner or something?
No, I think I was just tending to things on the floor. I didn't hear anything about a shooting.
The damn noisemaker devices? Really? You must be deaf.
I found one of those things. I didn't know people were being shot over them. I just found one and handed it off.
Oh, really?
Well, congratulations, mon ami.
And the bomb that went off yesterday? Nothing?
Like I said, I have no problem playing advocate.
Please do, because the bulldog hates me.
I do not think that man has enough time in him to hate, for I believe that he crushes what he hates mercilessly.
He looks like he could crush me in a moment's notice.
Ah, oui. So then, he does not hate you. We both agree you would already be dead.
I suppose. Appreciate it, though.
Any other concerns that I can address for you?
Not yet. Keep you posted.
Wonderful. And then he says, have a pleasant day in French.
She knows no French. It just looks like gibberish on her text.
Other than that, JP, the only thing that I am doing kind of with JP's downtime is that he is, constantly keeping his ear to the ground, keeping track of where potential night markets are cropping up each evening. And then specifically, I was trying to keep an ear out for any of my contacts if they run across any gear from the 40s or the 50s, stuff that runs without needing a Nero port.
Okay. Well, for sure, there's not a night market for it set up yet, as it won't happen until at least Sunday night, if not the minimum being Monday. But there are people talking about, a night market, an after fair night market. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Right, it's like the after party at a Hollywood premiere.
Yeah, it's just that none of the corporations are invited to the party, but their items are for sure.
None of the corporate suits.
Yeah.
Someone from the corps is going to be there because they're going to be the ones selling.
That very well may be too.
Those mid-level marketing people.
All right, so yeah, there's that a reasonable expectation. That doesn't seem to fall outside the norm. You have a bunch of people coming together, bringing in new things or prototypes or information. You can expect it to be sold after the official event is ended, because when you box stuff up to put back on the truck, sometimes things fall off the back of the truck. It's an unfortunate event, but it happens every now and again. You think that car companies would invent a better tailgate, but oh well. Okay, well then, yeah. So you do your normal stuff. You drink some tea. You contemplate. You network. All right then. It is time for Saturday, the last full public day. Technically, Sunday's a public day, but it's not as busy. It's very literally a half day, but all of the major announcements have been made, the showcases. Sunday, at least for those of you not doing night market business, is also a sale day. When the things that you bought, if there's something that might be available, or last minute to get on a subscription list or a newsletter or something. Sunday is a less busy day, so if you couldn't get to a booth on Saturday, then Sunday's a day to do it. You can get some news pamphlets, or you can and you all as employees also would what? Okay, yeah, we're lined back up. You all as employees would presumably have a chance to browse some wares as well. But we'll cross that bridge on Sunday. Apparently Gopher knew what to expect. And let's I restarted the computer, so I have to get my spreadsheet open because I've been tracking your all's rolls.
Dealt with a bomb, went home, immediately laid down. You've come back still with dust on you.
You're so distracted.
You still have sulfur on you.
Okay, so yes, as you can presume, you do need to show up. You need to wear your uniform well. You need to be presentable to the public, as this is, and if not to the public, then to your supervisors. You might be seen in public as well. So yeah, we'll have Gopher here. Now Gopher, you working for a corp are held to a higher standard than like fogging a mirror, which is a much lower standard that the convention center employees have to pass here. So unfortunately, you did not do that here in the morning. Maybe you're distracted, or you show up for muster, and just a lot of things like you missed like your one button off on the collar, or it's kind of crooked, or just your mind is elsewhere. Um,
Probably still processing last night.
and this doesn't like you're sent to you're sent back to wardrobe, and with a recommendation of like you need to be made up. You're given a bit of a lecture about your appearance, but because of what you did, you're not mechanically score wise on the spreadsheet. You did not pass, but no one at EBM is giving you a very hard time about it. It's understandable. Your job is not your job order is not or your job offer is not rescinded. But you go there, and you get some sympathetic talk from one of the ladies in the back, like, oh well, I heard this, and this and that, and let's take care of this. There's some disappointment, that of not being like consistently excellent, but you're not chewed out. You don't lose your temp job, and they don't rescind your current one. But mechanically, this is a ding on your overall score for the weekend. But if you can live with that, then hey, you spend a little bit of extra time. A couple people go, well, that sucks that he wasn't able to get himself together. But you know what? Bad days happen, and sometimes bombs blow up. So no one's gonna razz you about it. It's more of a mechanical detriment. All right. So we'll go. You have your, and maybe you're out some breakfast. Maybe you actually have to just like, whatever, grab a kibble on the way, and you don't get like the whatever the pre-pack, the nicer tier, corpo breakfast. Oh no, not everything that I eat anyway outside of my job. All right, so that was Gopher. Who else? Let's get someone else. Well, I guess I only have two other people. I have JP and Drez right now. Kiri will have to, but we don't have Kiri at the moment.
Be there in just a second.
There we go. All right. Drez is a bit ahead of the curve here.
I like how both your bonus and what you rolled are too higher.
So you come in now. Dietz is happy to see you. And you're looking. She'll say, Drez, you're looking really presentable. Really getting the hang of this. I don't know if that means that you're thinking about the offer, but it's still on the table.
I know. I just haven't had a chance to really talk to my roommate about it. Because that would affect her too.
That's fine, and maybe you find that we're not a good fit for you. Obviously things happen. Yeah, how about yesterday, right? But
God, jeez. I'm hoping today is uneventful. I could use one of those as a work day.
Well, I thought that way when I took this job, and there's a lot of days where it's just the normal amount of cybercrime and espionage. She says that with a bit of a chuckle, but there's a solid foundation of truth to it. Like
the usual night shitty
non-hyperbolic. But I've seen some crazy shit happen. There's all sorts of people out there in the city, Drez. And even just working for a convention center. I mean, technically we're a part of Night Corp, but you could just be an obstacle in the way for a job. And not that I want to be killed at all, but there might be a certain romanticism to being killed by an enemy, someone who knows your name and has plotted your downfall and has spent tremendous amounts of time and resources poured into ending you. It's not so...
Rather than the corp that actually employs you?
I get a steady paycheck. I get to do what I like doing. You know, I got modded for
It's
this,
just as...
and I find some extra fun on the side. I imagine you do too. Not that I'm going to poke into your business. But hey, I have access to technology.
It's just as likely
I live in
that
a nice place. I have a solid job, and for the most part, I'm left alone. But really, anywhere in this city, you're going to be put in danger. You know, instead of some grand plan coming together, culminating in your end, you could just be ended by a random street thug.
That, I suppose, is part of living in Night City. But, like, do you carry iron?
Outside of work, yes. And in work, I don't carry it, but I have access to, because of my clearance here, I have access to it. And I'm not talking about the coat check.
That's fine. Being a netrunner can be just as useful as iron these days. As far as protecting yourself, so.
And I will say, D-Rez, I mean, the chair that you're using as your employment, you know, that's a solid foundation. That could be unlocked to do a lot more for you if you end up becoming a full-time employee. And just having access to the tech that this job provides, and this isn't even necessarily, you know, this isn't like working for Netwatch. You can only imagine what they have access to. But, you know, if you get hired in full-time and I'm allowed to unlock that chair, that will... orders of like magnitude enhance your capabilities online due to the tech that's in there.
Just from sitting here in this convention center?
The convention center didn't skip out on cybersecurity, especially because of the things that can happen here, like what we're seeing at the fair. You're using it like a comfy, laid-back office chair. It's capable of doing a lot more and working with you to enhance what you already have.
I mean, you're making a very solid argument. But obviously, I have a reputation. I don't know that Night Corp's gonna want that kind of reputation following it around.
I haven't looked into your reputation. If you think that there is something that I should, you can tell me. But I don't think there's too many squeaky clean netrunners. I understand though, D-Rez. Hey, you have a lot more youth in you than I do. And in my case, you know, I had a lot of dreams of glory, making a name for myself in the city. You know, would I be the next big thing? Would I get, you know, something named after me? Hopefully a good thing. And time went on, and I took some opportunities, and I was scared out of some others. And I found a stable job. I still get net running in, and I do some private stuff here and there. But I found some comfort and security, and, you know, I perhaps traded glory for that. But I bring home a steady paycheck.
I've never been one for glory. But I do make a habit of putting corruption down.
Can't say that would be in your portfolio of work here, but a steady income could get you the tools. Could even network you with people who could help you guide your youthful ideals into manifested realities a lot more. I can't pressure you into it, but I'll tell you, you have something rare that I haven't seen a lot of other temps have, and that's a good head on your shoulders. It's competency.
You don't get a whole lot of competent net runners around here?
Yeah. Maybe that... Yes and no. I have people who can do a job. But doing a job isn't the same as being competent at something. Being considerate. Treating something like a job is different than actually showing up and doing a job. Or being a part of something that isn't considered a job. That could be part of my trade-off, or just a difference in personalities that we have. I get a lot of people in here who can press the buttons, they can watch the cameras, they have the tech installed enough that they're compatible with the system, but that doesn't mean that they get it. That doesn't mean that they are the net runner instead of a person doing net running things. I have a lot of people who do net running. I don't meet a lot of people who are net runners. Does that make sense, D-Rez?
Kinda.
Having a deck, technically, you could call yourself one, but it's what you do with it. How you use it. Or sometimes, even more importantly, how you don't. A lot of people want to install the latest stuff, have the latest programs. They want to sit in these chairs or try and get into even more advanced ones. But they don't know how to use what they have. I could chip you with the most advanced deck, but if you don't have 2 cents, they don't use pennies, I don't think, but if you don't have we'll say 2 brain cells to rub together, then you don't know how to use it. You don't know how to be efficient with it, and you especially don't know when not to use it, because that can reveal a lot of stuff about you too. I don't know. I'll say this though, you showed up again. You're dressed better than you first were. You're putting... I get this isn't... Can't imagine this is what you hoped a grand offer for a job would be. But at least appreciate it as a compliment you could take away even if you turn it down. You've proven to me, D-Rez, that you have competency in your job. I think that you can be a net runner and not just a person who does net running things.
But I'm not there yet.
Maybe because I'm older and I've seen a few things in my time. I wouldn't say yet. You're close. And this
Something to think about.
Yeah, please do. And that's not meant to be an insult to you. If anything, I hope it actually springboards you so that you're curious about what actually will happen next. You don't treat it like a door shut in your face by someone who's pretty much a stranger. We've only known each other a couple days.
Well, might be ambitious of me to ask, but do you think you could put in a good word about some extra pay for this contract? Given how much I have helped the company?
I'm not so sure about that. If you were hired on as a mercenary, I think that'd be a lot easier. You were hired on. You're hired on as a netrunner to watch cameras. You have gone above and beyond, and frankly, me being able to offer you a full-time job is a pay bump in itself. I don't think there's anything I can do about your contract, and ultimately that'd be something that you need to talk to Bulldog about. But
I get the distinct impression he doesn't like me.
he doesn't like anyone. I think he hates himself.
I mean,
But you know what?
typically,
It's
you
kept
know,
this place
bullies
clean.
tend to. Yeah. Bullies tend to hate themselves more than they hate the people they're bullying.
I can't tell you it gets better the more you know him. He's been this way as long as I have. But at least he's a known quantity. And because he's a known quantity, I actually find that he's easier to work with or work around. He offers a rare bit of consistency for as negative as it is.
Hostile work environment much?
Yeah. Creative verbiage. I've learned a couple choice phrases from him also. But you know what? He's never been late on a payment. Keeps his place clean and running. And, well, I have my job because of him. And quite frankly, I think he's only here and pissed off because he has to be. He's usually doing a lot of other things. If he has to be called onto the floor, he's a lot grumpier. Not that he isn't if he's up in his office or if he's out doing other business. Given though the manager's condition after that weird thing on Thursday, well, he has to be here.
There was that, and then there's yesterday's bomb. I mean, what's next?
We'll have to wait and see. Saturday is still young, my friend.
Oh.
But you look sharp doing it.
Thanks.
I'm better than Bulldog.
Hmm.
She says, as she'll give you kind of a shrug and a smile, and leave you to your office to start monitoring cameras in the independent booths. All right. Let's get. Oh, JP, you've rolled. Oh, nice, JP. You are looking sharp.
I know it's not the exact same roll, but I have the same bonus for either personal grooming or wardrobe and style.
Yep, that's fine. I accept either. But this part's flexible because some of you may have taken one or the other, and it all kind of goes into the general. Well, how are you appearing for work? That's fine.
I immediately, on every Cyberpunk character I make, I always make those two skills the same value.
And out of
don't know
character,
why,
and I think we talked about this, but as a GM, because this is a very skill-based game, and especially with things you don't often see in like D&D and whatever, and this storyline or this particular like job is leaning into touching on as many of these as possible. But I made a vow to myself as a GM, and I don't think this would be spoilers, but to make sure that I am leaning into the appearance factor of this game, because it is a combat system in itself. It plays a ton into the society in which you live. So I'm not going to say it'll be like everywhere all the time, but at least with this first job as your very first role, and to stress that looking good for your, for a job is part of it, and that I as the GM am trying to be serious about that kind of appearance. And maybe later on, there would be something, I don't know, you need to go to a club, and I'm actually going to pull up what your wardrobe is, and you will not be able to get in there with them shoes. Right? So this is the sort of stuff that as the GM I will be leaning into, I'll be touching upon in different missions and whatever, but it is a part of the system in the game, and I want to make sure that it's always there, and it's not all combat, or it's not all, I guess the skills we might be used to in games like D&D or Pathfinder, or other things that are more common, evasion or combat skills, right? So I will be coming around and touching on wardrobe and style, personal grooming. I'll be looking at your drip and your fit. I'll be doing a lot of that over the course of the missions to come. But anyway, so you're looking really good. No problems in wardrobe. You pass muster, and you're set out to go do your work. You have a non-specific, just go and clean this sector. In fact, since I have this up, your morning job is to tend to the cafeteria and info booth area. So, there you go. Then, now Outback. You don't need to look any particular way, but you still exist, and you may very well be doing things inside or outside of the convention center. What is your plan for the morning?
Yeah. Well, I do want to make sure I'm looking good, clothing-wise. So, not bad.
Okay. Yeah, well, you certainly, you look better than a lot of people up and about today, especially at the show on Saturday morning.
Yeah, and I guess he's just going to see what the pricing is to get in today.
Okay. So standard tickets would be kind of pricey, even for a one day, but Saturday is still a big day, as there are still things to reveal. Like Sunday wouldn't be as much. Although, because you have JP, you don't give him a ride, but you might be able to meet him or otherwise communicate with him. Although you as a nomad, do you have any skills to, I guess, like find a scalper or to kind of like barter down or find discount tickets or something? Or would that be something that JP you can lean into? Or
I mean, JP would probably do better, but I do have base 10 trading.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Anyone can technically make a trading check. Just fixers get some extra bonuses to making those trading checks, and
you add your fixer rank to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, same thing with me and my tech skills.
Yep.
Well, sure.
So,
JP, if you want to find a deal, because it sounds like Outback wants to be in the convention today, but obviously not working the floor.
Yeah, if history is to repeat itself, it could be helpful to be inside the building.
Sorry, was that you?
Yeah, so go ahead and make a trading check.
All right. Trading. I actually need to go roll it from here.
In fact, we can even treat this as the job role that I'll be asking of you for the last part of the morning rolls. So.
JP says, thank you for contacting me for such services. I will quickly be back to you with any pending offers. And then I send Drake on his merry way to scour the city, that scalper.
Yeah.
A true crit fail, and it's the GM this time, not me.
Yep. GM
all right.
Crit fail.
Yeah. So JP, you're on you take the public transit, and as you get off the tram, there's a guy who seems to be really desperate. It's like, hey, anyone going to the convention center? Please, I got some tickets. I need to unload them, and having communicated, we can presume you would have done this in the morning. You go over and you hear, that there's a guy who he was supposed to go. He heard about the bomb and he is absolutely freaking out about it. He can't. He doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to have any part of it. Like he is, like sweating, scared to death. Like this event really spooked him, and as such, he is just desperate to unload these tickets. But other people heard about. Well, that's the electronic fair. Why was there an explosion? So in a market where people are jittery, and you have a person who's super jittery, you can take advantage of that. And with as well as you did, and as poor as I did, I'll take 100 eddies, and you can have my ticket. I can't, and I don't want to lose everything. Can I at least get 100 for the ticket for the day?
So I shoot back out back. Can you afford 100?
No problem. Better than what they're charging here at the stand.
It's okay, D-Res paid for it, right?
All right.
It's the last full day of this thing, and they're still asking for 350. So I'll take 100.
That'll be 110 eddies, and I'll get you that ticket in 30 minutes.
All right. I know you're upcharging me, but you do good work, so I subtract 110 here. God, the way they do it on this Foundry sheet, I have to add a negative 110 to my cash.
Yeah. They do a little goofy.
All right. You got your fixer's fee. There you go.
Why, thank you.
Fixer's fee of €10.
Right.
Now, so
I mean,
he hands over the tickets. JP, thank you. Look, no one was buying, and I'm glad you did. I hope it serves you well, and you see whatever there is. I didn't even bring this up, dude, but like that actually gets you into the show at night. It was a bit of a limited audience, kind of like there was for the EBM announcement. I didn't quite bring that up because that might have spooked even more people away. I don't care if you go or not, but just so you know, that's not just a ticket for admittance, but a VIP pass.
That's wonderful, my friend. And I hope that this incident that you find yourself in flows smooth like the river.
Look, you just got me out of being just absolutely upset and nervous all day. I'm getting back on the tram, and if there's something big, I'll hear about it on TV, where I don't run the risk of exploding.
Sounds great.
He shakes your hand and he rushes off. As you look at the ticket, or the pass, or whatever, like the voucher for it, this does have admittance to the Arasaka tech demo at 8 p.m. tonight.
This is worth so much more than 10 eddies.
This ticket is worth way more than even the general admittance. But this guy was so spooked from what happened at the EBM announcement that he was willing to sell this Arasaka tech demo ticket for 100.
He's like, I don't need to be atomized by crazy ladies.
Or attacked by a cyber psycho.
I, of course, do not inform him of any of the extra bits that it comes with. He'll have to figure that out when he looks at it himself. I just go, I found you a ticket, and I think you're going to enjoy it.
Well, thank you.
Because JP doesn't like to brag about the things he finds, but he assumes that when people notice that he delivers, that speaks more than him being like, oh, look at how fancy of a thing I got you.
Yeah, well, we'll see if you just delivered a golden ticket to Willy Wonka's candy factory here.
I'd like to imagine that guy you bought it from, Night City's unluckiest guy. I'll hear about it if anything happens, and I won't blow up. And then he goes home to his CRTV that's underneath a dripping pipe.
Yep. And you know, he knew it was dripping. He knew he should have fixed it, and if he wasn't home that night, it would have exploded, but not hit him. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
Are you going to be
a little
parking in the expo? Are you gonna be parking at the expo out back?
Yeah, out
Sorry,
back. You're parked at the center.
Yeah.
Would you mind if I left my hand cannon in your car?
No problem. A little like console area where you normally have cup holders, he just has gun holders.
So, you know, he reaches into his suit jacket and pulls out that huge Mustang's arm pistol with the attached silencer and slots it in. I think it'll be easier to run out here and collect it if anything crazy happens than try and go through coke check.
Probably, especially since if ever anything does happen, everyone's going to be heading to go check.
And keep it in mind, if you're out here when something happens, that thing's silenced.
I'll keep it in mind.
Alright, I gotta go put on that silly little jumper uniform that they got for us.
All right, well, I'll see you in there.
So then we had our retroactive scene, and then we catch up to you putting on the uniform and looking really sharp for it. I guess then also speaking of some retroactive stuff, you know, Outback, man, did you see the holographic plans for that awesome parking garage they have for the stadium? It has like elevators in it, and it is huge. It's this big underground thing. Yeah, I don't know if that left an impression on you even more than the stadium, but just that thing could be filled with cars.
Yeah, and when it's not, it can be really good for some drifting.
There were some young people like, "Oh man, we could parkour all through that." Like, no, what are you talking about? And
pretty sure where they're planning to build that, it runs right by an old unused end cart station. Knock a wall down, you got a good route.
So the morning continues on as we exist in the same space but at different times here. The next role, and this would be for all three of you because we've already taken care of the job role for JP here. But I do want, you know, after the events that took place, each of you are going to be asked to make I'm asking you as the GM to make a security roll, because similar to after you found out, oh, there's the little discs and everything, you need to do a sweep. You need to understand the security protocols or look for devices and such. So I want all three of you, Outback, you don't have to do this, obviously. I want the three of you to make a security check, please.
I assume that's the security tech check?
Yeah, if that was abbreviated from the skill list, and not just
security tech.
Yep. Okay.
Like a security is not a skill in and of itself.
Yeah, electronic security tech is the skill.
Yeah, I might have taken the description or what it does, but not put down the proper skill name for it.
Yeah, because what it does, I mean, that's one of the things security does. Yeah. You could also argue criminology for that idea too.
And this could be, if not sweeping, this could be, all right, well, Bulldog had some new stuff implemented. You need to be aware of generally how this type of alarm works or something. And this is, well, how competent are you? Yeah, that's right. Electronic/security tech. All right. Skill of identifying, understanding, repairing, countering, and installing. Yep. Okay.
Wow.
31.
No. Oh yeah.
Goes above and
Mega
beyond
credit.
and installs anti-sniffers.
The person who was hired to do electronics and security tech rolled high in electronics and security tech. Who would have guessed?
Who knew? Who'd have thunk?
Don't worry, I
Person
have
whose job this is knows how to do this job.
And with
The
Gopher
person
being
knows
just
the
like
job.
non-charismatic, like you're just so nonchalant about this. Like you just show up and just do everything like as the golden child, but you don't smile, you don't flip your hair. Like you show up, you perform, and you're not playing to the crowd, or you're not like, the Gaston, with that winning smile, or like you're just extremely competent, but you're not flexing on anyone either, and which could be its own good thing.
You're that guy that like all the other coworkers are like, "Hey, do you know that guy's name?" I'm like, "No, he's worked here 10 years, and the most I've ever heard out of him is
But man, he shows up and he does his job. Everyone relies on him, but no one knows who he is. He's like the hermit or something.
I have
give him
no
a
idea.
nickname.
Hey, look, my Christmas bonus was blah blah blah. Mine was blah blah blah. I heard his was like 5 times more. Wait, what? I've never talked to that guy. What does he do here? Oh, he's the CFO.
All right. So in the orientation of things, they are putting out some extra security. This is kind of going over the protocol. Here's a device for, if you're passing by someplace and it goes beep, 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 this is what it means. It's kind of a placeholder just to indicate that there's a greater security presence now, and that that you need basic training. Drez, you did not beat the threshold, like you just met it, but for what you do, I'm kind of treating this in the same contextual consideration that Gopher really didn't show up looking the best, but he's really been good at other things. In this case, as Dietz, I guess before she left, you had your time, but she's like, hey, I need you to, speaking of Bulldog, here's this. Just so you know, it's this. If you're, I don't know where you'd go, but everyone has to have these. I don't know, you're going to the bathroom and this thing goes beep, 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 then it means this. And you're like, got it. I just want to do my job, and I won't put words in your mouth. I'm kind of fast forwarding through. You got 0. You're right. You didn't advance beyond the basic threshold. You're not fired or in trouble for it. Dietz isn't expecting you to patrol around, or to innately understand this device, because for all, your bare minimum is keep your butt in that chair. I mean, beyond like lunch breaks or a bathroom break or something, you just keep your butt in that chair and watch the cameras for 12 hours. Like, that's really what you're expected to do. If you do more, in the case that if you're up and you're doing extra stuff, because maybe that could result in other opportunities or payouts, and you get the beep, 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 we'll consider it, but we'll see what happens on this Saturday. But you didn't really pass, but you weren't like penalized for it. It's not like, hey, aren't you paying attention, or you're about to lose your job, because you haven't really been fucking up a lot. And she doesn't expect you to have to be super competent with this device, but she is required to train all the employees, standard issue. Anyway, we get to the she shrugs, smirks about Bulldog, and walks off, leaving you to your chair and to watch the cameras. So we're having some fluid morning time in the order of things here, as we're building our narrative and setting up for the events of the day. Now, JP, you with anything going on, you did pass the security check. It doesn't mean you found anything, but it just means, hey, you have some knowledge of this, and if anyone, you're more important in going around as like a mobile bomb sniffer or whatever else. But you already did your job role, and you did it very well. So now, from the setup, or any of the conversational things or the job things, I'm going to ask Gopher and Drez, what are you doing for your morning job role? What would you like to do? This could get you information, or if you want to seek ingratiation, if you want to do something else, you tell me. We have our setup. What are you doing for the morning that could, I don't know, answer a question or prompt something you never thought about? It's been a quiet morning.
Drez is still very much concerned with any other sort of like attacks going on in the that might go on in the convention center space, and so she's really keeping an eye out for anyone who might be doing anything suspicious. And she's keeping hyper vigilant. Like she even wants to see if she can find, if there's a little bit of research time too, to see if there's any kind of known beef going on between any of the convention like workers that would cause any of them to want to attack other corps in the convention space, aside from general this corp hates that corp.
Yeah. Okay. In this case, for this role, because both of these will offer information but different types, do you want to go net running for your job and probe the digital waters of activity, traffic, on the lookout for attacks, or do you want to spend your morning doing the database or like the comparisons, looking for rivalries or trying to piece together information? And that would be more of not that it's not net running, but that's more of the figuring out puzzles and doing database research, as opposed to being in the web and doing web things for your morning shift.
I think she would prioritize looking for new threats and seeing what she can do to either call them out or stop them.
Okay, in the net. This is in cyberspace. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a your basic net running roll.
Interface check. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Don't be panicked that I rolled higher. Right now, you are seeing a lot of low-level traffic moving through the network. Now, you have been given particular purview over the connections to the independent booths.
Yes.
And while you are not in Arasaka's network, either their own or any sort of bandwidth they're getting through the convention center, you are noticing a lot of increased web activity today that you did not see in your training on Wednesday of, this is a normal day by the books, so compare whatever you experience on the following days to half-day training, average. Or Thursday's experienced traffic, even the modified stuff. That just seemed to be like trickstery or messing with people. Or Saturday, or Friday. You are seeing, even in your realm of the independent networks, a lot of activity. And while you haven't caught anyone, how could I explain this? We'll use D&D terms. You are a guard on the parapet of a castle, and you're looking for the enemy approaching. You see a lot of really suspicious people in the field outside the castle. They're there, and it very much is concerning. You do not see anyone who has climbed over the castle wall or who has infiltrated the castle. though there may very well have been someone that has done so, you have not seen it. You have seen a lot of people who are staring at the castle that weren't there before, and could be enemies or not, because this is a big Arasaka. They've been banned from the city, and they have a very notorious reputation. It kind of, even if I recall, it ruffled your all's feathers as the characters. Like, why are they here? Why do they have their, they were hiring people even for this event. So, at least a yellow flag. Even the independent booths, wittingly or unwittingly, are using or being used to ferry information, traffic, or observation of the event today. You did not catch anyone who has snuck into the castle. I rolled higher than you. It is what it is. You can suspect that maybe people have, and maybe D-Rez does, because she's a paranoid person. You didn't catch anyone, but yes, there is at least this yellow alert that online, like on the cameras, people are acting normal. They're just walking up, shaking hands, and talking, but offline, like in meet space, everyone is normal for the convention. What the normies don't see that you do is the web traffic is really concerning to you.
Mm-hmm.
It is elevated and consistent, and even coming from or through the independent internet networks. Not even the big accounts that presumably Dietz or other full-timers would be assigned to monitor.
Okay.
I hope I tried to be vivid in my explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Was I all right with that? Did I convey the message?
Yeah,
okay.
I think for D-Rez, she's definitely keeping an eye out for that, but she's also going to shoot Dietz a message saying there's something suspicious going on, and kind of point it out that I'll continue to monitor it, but something just isn't right.
You'll get a message back. Noted, seeing heavy traffic on my end as well. For tonight, I'm going to give you partial access to your chair's capabilities. So,
Acknowledged.
And after the acknowledged, I don't know, you could tell me how it would feel, because it's a weird, what's the name for it? You hear colors and you taste sounds.
Synesthesia.
Synesthesia. So, net running has this kind of synesthesia to it, so you can describe it. But your chair that you've networked through, but it's never been fully. She said that it can do more for you. Mechanically, you're going to get a +2 to your net running rolls, because it's opening up extra processing, and it's sort of unburdening some of your stuff and putting it into the chair. You described to me how it feels, but after you say acknowledged, your chair is more than a pass-through. It turns on, and I don't know, you tell us how it feels to get a mechanical +2 to your net running rolls now that you're hooked through this machine.
So, when that happens, D-Rez kind of feels a buzzing in her chest and in the back of her head. It's like the colors that she sees in her virtue of net space become a little clearer. Objects become a little more defined. They're a little less matrix code and maybe a little bit more solid to the to the eye when she's in virtue and in net space completely. Where normally she'd be looking back and forth between meat space and net space, where this almost kind of where like I said, the colors of the net space are a little bit more clear. Objects are a little bit more solid looking, where she feels more confident going where she's going in the net space because she feels more solid in her steps. She imagines that in the net space that she's walking through hallways and doors, and that the avatar that she has in this net space are all things she can see,
Okay.
even though it's really kind of just an overlay in her mind.
It's better
So-
blended now.
Yes.
Okay. I like that. Okay. So there's a yellow flag. Your resources have been upped because of of what you've noticed in your communication with your superior as well.
Coming to trust deeds.
Okay. Gopher. For your job, you tell me, and this could even be what you think EBM would ask you to do. It doesn't have to be me prompting you with that. Either what do you want to do for EBM, or do you want to phrase it in, well, yeah, I think EBM would be asking me to set this up or do this one thing. What are you doing for your job this morning? You did really well in the security. You're like, oh, okay, here's some new tech. Maybe you want to employ it in some way or enhance it. I don't know. You tell me. You have a lot of possibilities, but the morning is yours. Or if you want to research info that could set up for something, it's all up to you.
Give me a sec, let me find.
All my stuff just broke for a second.
I think for the morning, I'm kind of gonna do a sweep through the EBM zone
Okay.
and just make sure, things are still set up as they're supposed to be.
Ah, okay. Yeah, hey, there was a lot of foot traffic through the display area. And obviously there's a threat against them. Okay, so now doing this, do you want to do another, are you doing like a security sweep? Are you like physically checking devices with like a tech check? What skill do you want to route through what you're doing? And your successes or not success at it will give you information that skill would be appropriate for.
It'll probably be, making sure everything's still set up as it's supposed to be, or if there's any kind of tweaking kind of thing, like how it was on the first day there. So I'm gonna do a basic tack,
Sure.
I think.
Okay.
18.
Not too shabby. Very good. All right. So you mastered the new tech. In fact, we could even say that EBM. We'll sweeten the pot. We'll say EBM is supplying the security sensors that everyone is getting trained on. and you did a very good job of that. A lot of people are grateful to have these sort of like bomb sniffers or other, whatever the security does. In a general concept, if there's a security related issue that comes up, or if I ask you all to prompt, well, I want to do something security related. Well, we know we have a general security device, so that could enhance a role or something, maybe. But now you're moving on, and there are some things to repair in the EBM display. Now, this is not on the demo stage. All that's been torn down, and everyone's returned now back to the main area. And even in the morning, because they were the big presenter last night, there's a lot of foot traffic. People love spinning the hologram because the stadium's very round. It's a wheel. It's all the foot traffic though. It has worn, like some people will walk by and a plug will get pulled, or some stuff has been dented and scratched just because there's so many people, and someone walks by and they bump into stuff, or I don't know, there could have been a kid that's with just a regular congoer who, the parent got caught up in talking about something, geeking out over some tech. The kid gets bored, comes over, pulls some wires. You haven't found anything that would be, well, like a bomb or this is espionage, dun dun dun. But you found enough to do with the heavier traffic that you have successfully kept the area functioning through the morning, which is fine. That's progress in itself. It's not even just treading water, like you are swimming. Because if you didn't, then the hologram would have gone down, or wires would have been pulled, and now EBM looks like they're incompetent or that they can't keep their booth running. You have managed to outpace the busy EBM area. You have kept everything running. So that's a good job. And along the way, there were no apparent, or at least sniffed out, security threats. Physical manifestation. Of course, during lunch break, if you all wish to communicate, well, D-Res, if you wish to communicate what you found to the others, I presume you will. And in fact, we're going to find out because we're coming to the lunch break because you finished your mornings. So obviously, JP and D-Res can sit together in the employee cafeteria section if you want to share meet space together. D-Res, you have a lunch break, but you are asked if you can abbreviate it or get back earlier. Like, Dietz is allowing you to get up and unplug if you wish. If you don't, and you want to stay on guard, you can, and she'll just, I don't know, what would they do? Like, bring you like a nutrient paste and just like, all right, well, while you're scanning, open your mouth. All right, get back to work. If you want that, you can have it and stay on guard duty. Or she's at least willing to give you a lunch break. Nothing bad has happened where she's like, no, you can't leave. This is an emergency. It's just a yellow flag. It's a tense time. So that part will be up to you, but you can share meet space with JP. And Outback, you won't be allowed in the employee cafeteria, but, you are in a position where you could share meet space with D-Res and or JP as they are walking from their places, like through the normie cafeteria, through like the congoer cafeteria section to their own little side area for employees. So you could do that. You wouldn't as easily be able to do that with Gopher. You could see him, but he's very busy with what he was doing for his job. Like, he's not going to have time to chat, and he's going to go to the separate EBM employee canteen for what he's doing. So while you could probably get like a sentence or two into him, you're much more likely to be able to interact with those two. Or if you choose, because you're kind of you're the floater, you're the rogue agent here. If you want to do something different for lunch break, not that you're on a lunch break, but whatever, you can narrate to me what you want to do. If you want to go poke around someplace, sniff around, listen, or interact. But why don't we get up in our IRL meet space? Let's take a quick break. Okay. Bio, snack, drinks, whatever you all need. We'll come back in about 10 minutes. We'll have our lunch, our afternoon, and depending on how the afternoon goes, maybe we'll have our evening and finish out Saturday as well. We'll see. I don't want to rush this. This is the pacing, the skills, the conversation. This has been a very good session tonight. I've been super happy with it. There's no need to rush it. Anyway, let's get up, everyone. You all in the audience, we're going to take a break, and we will see you back real soon.
tomato.
In
I don't
pasta,
really-
especially. Oof.
I'll
everyone?
eat tomatoes in things, more like tomato-based products, but raw, no.
We're talking about preferences in our real world, which would be luxuries in our cyberpunk one.
The enjoyment of tomatoes.
Imagine
And-
being an edge runner and turning down a fresh, real cherry tomato. Talk about privilege. Although in my case, I'm just eating some decadent grapes like the hedonism bot from Futurama. All right. Well, we left off at lunch, so hey, we're role playing by snacking and drinking and talking about tomatoes.
Yes, let me get my generic pre-packed pizza.
So we'll actually start with you, Outback, because you are the free agent here. What do you want to do, if anything, for lunch?
Yeah.
Actually, hold on 1 second. This can play into lunch, but we do need to take one step back. You would have met JP, who handed you the ticket. What is your reaction to JP? Or maybe you want to say that you didn't really look at the ticket until later to discover that not only is it the day pass for Saturday, but they're not front row seats, but you actually, with this ticket, have a seat at the event for the Arasaka demo.
I think he, in fact, did not look at it, and he went through the normal line, and then he got up to where they were checking tickets, and then they were like, hey, why didn't you use the VIP line?
Oh, yeah. Hey, that works.
He's like, wait, what? Oh, well, I got this as a gift, sorry. And he's like, God dang.
All right.
Gonna have to get JP a little gift later.
Yeah, that ticket would probably be, I don't know, like 700, 750 eddies or so for the day, and for the, going to be live in person at this rare event. So, all right.
Get JP a fine bottle of fresh water.
Ooh, real water. That's the
good stuff.
That's the good stuff. All right. Well, what's your lunch like then?
Well, after being able to enjoy just actually looking at all the stuff, I think he's not gonna go for fresh or anything, but he will get some generic pre-pack
Okay.
rather than just kibble, and try and see if he can catch up with D-Rez or JP here, if they've gotten any information. Obviously, I'm getting very little information, not being an employee.
Okay. Well, either of you two can, I guess, modify what you want to do for lunch in order to incorporate Outback into your lunch. So you can or cannot be available during this conceptual downtime to talk to Outback. Do either of you want to do that?
Yeah, D-Rez would make herself easy to find during lunch, because she does want to inform the others about what she's been picking up on. And if she runs into JP or Outback, whoever happens first, then she would catch up with them.
Well, Outback, you have a couple minutes with D-Rez then. What do you want to say or do before she scampers off to eat? And in the face of what she would have told you she's picked up on.
D-Rez picked up anything on the network?
Plenty. Lots of traffic. More so than usual on the net right now. Could be because, of the big event later on tonight, but
Yeah, Google.
But yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it. Just kind of stepped out to get some fresh air, as it were. And mostly
some-
because I wanted to tell you and JP this.
Got it. Think something's going to be going down at the soccer demo?
I think anything could happen. It really is just a matter of when, not if.
Fair enough.
It's Night City.
If you're going to reconvene with JP before I do, feel free to inform him. And if you do, ask him if he wants me to have him reconvene with his iron before the demo. See what we can do about sneaking it in.
You wouldn't happen to have a hidden pocket, would you?
Fortunately not.
Darn.
So I'll have to rely on old-fashioned methods.
Convenient, those. For such endeavors, should you find yourself smuggling things.
Indeed, they are.
I don't know how much more you want to get, like, chipped, but
Probably just only a little bit more. Not against people who want to chip up. I'm just mostly happy where I'm at.
same.
A few more things I would like, if I can afford them.
Yeah. Gotta have the scratch to do it.
Unfortunately true. And then you gotta find and pay someone to put it in your body, too.
Yeah. Having pre-pack in the freezer and a bed to sleep in is kind of a bigger priority, though.
Well, to some. But it can be said that very few cyber psychos come out of high rises.
That's true. Well, I'm gonna go and get some of that fantastic kibble,
All right.
and I'll catch up with you later. If anything else pops up in my radar, I'll shoot you a text.
Keep an eye out.
She scampers off to the employee cafeteria to go find JP.
Yeah.
Varietal kibble flavors, as we've established. They're decent.
None of which are
flavors.
super appetizing.
Yeah. I mean that you're not getting the good, even the good kibble. It's a decent generic blend. Also, Drez, now that you've been on shift with this sort of accelerated perception for a while, being back in full meat space, does it feel any different? Does it feel like things are moving slower for you, or is it? I don't know. Does it
Not
feel
really
weird in any way?
Not really slower. It's the usual. Maybe a little bit more caution is what she's feeling generically, but she's trying not to get spoiled on having the chair. She doesn't want to she doesn't want to become dependent on it. She wants to rely on her own skills primarily. It's nice to have the extra boosts, but she's she knows it's not permanent, and she's trying to remember that.
Okay. All right. Well, you're in the cafeteria. Kibble awaits you. JP, what were you doing for lunch then?
Oh, JP will be here. You know, he's done his rounds. He's enjoyed playing with the new little toy that they gave him to wave around trash cans and see if it'll go beep beep.
Right. Okay.
Um,
Fortunately, no beep beeps. Not yet, anyway.
yeah, I assumed you would let me know if anything went beep beep.
Yes.
So he's in here. He's probably just having a cup of tea, and he's sitting kind of like this, and you can tell that his eyes aren't really moving so much. He's not really paying too much attention to the stuff that's going on around him. But when you sit down, he almost reflexively kind of straightens up a little bit more and puts on a smile and looks over and goes, "Ah, how is it that you find yourself here? Did you get hungry? Got tired of just laying out like a lizard on a rock?"
Being that lizard on a rock is exhausting sometimes. Sometimes you need to come up for air. But you seemed lost in thought.
Yes, I am. Well, let us say that it's become rather inconvenient for an old man to find things that work when you don't have. Oh, what? I don't want to be rude about it, but a liability in the center of your brain.
So you and Outback have no Neuralink.
Well, it's more than that. We don't have neural ports. Neuralinks, a bit older technology. Most people have moved on to the neural port. If I were to go to a clinic
that's
and
true.
ask for something, they'd be like, oh, you don't have a neural port. We can't install this.
You're running on old tech.
Right.
Which I guess
So-
if it's been, working for you and you've been able to maintain it so far, I mean, more power to you, I guess.
That's the nice thing about cybernetics. I mean, really, cough, if it was 2020, cybernetics have like a 10-year battery. That's all they really need is a replacement on that battery. And they just magically work. Anyways, JP goes, I would wonder, perhaps, you seemed rather intrigued that I didn't have a neuroport. Is it easy for you to tell if people have neuroports or not?
Well, kinda. Mostly because, like a computer, you can ping out to someone. If they don't ping back, then I guess I don't have access to whatever it is that you have installed.
Old hardware, as it were.
Mhm.
Well,
Old hardware.
if I could ask, sometimes when we're running about, not here at work, I don't think it'll ever come up here at work. When we're running about on the streets, if you happen to find anyone that looks rather chromed up but doesn't ping back, let me know. I'd like to talk to them, see where they're getting their supply. Because me and Drake have been on it for almost a whole week now, and I can't find a single supplier.
That's going to be even harder and harder as time goes on, old man. You're falling a little behind the times.
Absolutely, yes. There is only so many seasons left in these old bones. I just need to get what will matter for what comes ahead.
What are you planning on shipping? Like, conceptually?
Well, I gotta get back to the old form I was in before they tore it all out of me.
Are we talking
grafted muscles, internal frame, Neuralink, interface plugs.
If you want interface plugs, you might as well get a neural port.
No. He just chuckles real hard at that, and he goes, I've seen too many young bucks just roll their eyes back and start spazzing to be doing that. There's too many secrets in this old noggin.
Well, it's not like a neural port actually, like, stores any data you don't want stored. Like, things that go on in your brain don't store unless you store them.
What I mean is, if I had one of those in my head, you could just look at me wrong and I would flop like a fish, and then one of my enemies would come along and gut me like the fish I currently am. Right now, you can't do that.
No. But old netrunners could, right?
No. Well, vis-a-vis, I'm incorrect. If they could jack into you, direct connection like, yes, but that's not the same.
They'd have to knock you out first in order to even get to your neural port, your ports.
That's right.
That's still the case. But I'm not here to convince you to change what it is that you have as your underlying operating system.
Good.
Just
Because
understand that
you are
what you're
the
looking for.
walking example of why I don't want to upgrade.
I'm flattered. But with that, you are going to find it harder and harder to find the tech you're looking for, and harder still, a ripper who knows how to install it.
Ah, see that part? That's not so bad.
You know a ripper?
Many.
One who can do what you're looking for? Is that old and decrepit?
Now,
You have described yourself as a little decrepit, my friend.
keep in mind, my equipment is from the 2040s, which means it's still primarily nanobots.
Okay.
The same underlying technology that fuels current cybernetics. Just now there's like a, how do you say, like a software lock. They need current generation cybernetics need a home system, a central processing point. 2045 technology, however, was independent. Each piece of cyberware had its own central processor.
That sounds...
Which then, if you got a neural link, you could then route them all together into your neural link. But if something happened to your neural link, they would still perform. Whereas if someone shot your neural port out of your brain, the rest of your cybernetics would cease to function.
Well, if they shot your neural port, very likely they shot through your whole entire brain and you'd be dead anyway.
Yeah, this is also very true.
So... same difference.
Minus
I don't know.
the turning into a fish part.
I wouldn't try to turn you into a fish, and there's self-ice in order to be able to protect you from doing that.
Or
And anyone who would try, I'd flop them like a fish myself.
I can spend a little extra time and a little extra money looking for something to bet.
You're gonna spend a lot more eddies. And a
I
lot
can't
more
do
time.
that. Time for sure.
I guess if you're patient enough.
Like I said,
But-
just keep an eye out for Other people using older tech like me, eh?
Mm.
It's
Very
easier for
rare.
you to tell than me.
Well, it's easy to ping when you have a computer in your brain.
I do too.
The
just
boom
thinks
boom
for
boom boom. All employees, please return to your shifts. Lunch, kind of lunch bell goes off.
Ah, damn. Keep an eye out, though. There's been some weird traffic on the net lately. Today. More so than yesterday. It's
You
some...
want me to collect up the janitors?
Well, you're the one who volunteered for the janitor job. I'm just saying, keep an eye out for anything that looks... weird.
As you say.
It's kind of like they're watching and waiting, whatever it is. I can't put my
Sounds
finger
like
on it.
the dance of Night City.
Maybe,
Would you prefer?
but more than yesterday?
Now don't be late laying in your chair. Go.
Well,
I have an excuse. I'm old.
have fun being old.
Every day.
She goes scampering back off.
That was an interesting generational talk. A very good role playing moment. I appreciated that. You get to return to your night chair, and JP gets called to unclog a toilet. You know.
You see,
don't
but
envy him
I'm
that
so
position.
good at talking to people that I'm definitely going to convince a younger gentleman to do that.
And you very well may, but it just kind of shows the how things are. And also while getting neuroports, still gonna happen in bathrooms. So, yeah, crossing the boomer zoomer divide. Because even in it is something that just it'll stay with humanity for as long as we have it. I know that that's at risk in the cyberpunk world, but these are fun moments of humanity, and getting to explore that. Now,
I think if JP was a young man in the 2040s, then he's technically Gen Alpha.
You Gopher get to eat the nicer the tier up from Kibble. I think that was the pre-pack, right?
Yeah.
So you at least get a pre-pack lunch. For this lunch break, are you just having lunch? Are you looking to rub some elbows or talk with people? Vibe check, listen in, or just enjoy your pre-pack and get ready for your lunch shift or your afternoon shift?
I think I might try some chatter.
Okay.
Kind of see, because kind of what I'm curious about, and kind of what he'd be curious about, is like because there's been kind of 2 disasters or almost disasters so far.
Mm-hmm.
It, odds are there's probably going to be a third one, but the question is, who's betting on who for to be the victim of the one that's probably going to happen today? That's kind of what he's curious about.
Okay. So there's 2 type of people on lunch break with you in the employee lunchroom for EBM. There would be other like tech grunts like you, and there would be some like middle manager people. Which table, effectively, would you like to approach to ask some questions or, to try and interact with this group? Each could offer you something different than the other.
I almost want to try the middle manager table.
Sure. Okay. And it's not like, well, you sit with the middle managers and all of a sudden, everyone hates you that's on the floor and they're gonna murder you or something. Just it's a different opportunity. Now, we may get to those levels later on as you all get reputations with different organizations or something. That's for later, not for now. This is lunch at a tech show. All right. So yeah, the middle managers, they don't have the Oxford shirts and ties like the upper execs do. They're the ones in like the khakis and polo shirts. And then of course there's the techs like you who are in like the body suits, like the working suits, right? So you go to sit down and these middle managers, they know you from what you've done. They're not gonna like, hey, get out of here, nerd. Go sit with the other, go sit at the tech table or something. You can sit down with them. You're generally welcomed. Hey, yeah, it's they look at your because they ask you if you want to be known as something on the floor. Oh, yeah, hey, you were the one last night. And they actually will start by asking you some questions. And it also would go to reinforce the employment offer. Like, oh man, did someone offer you a job? You thinking about it? I heard from like so-and-so who's probably like still working. Like lunch would be on like a staggered, half goes now, half goes after the other half comes back kind of a thing. Yeah, I heard from so-and-so, like, you were there, man. You really put everything together and you caught this and that. You thinking about working with us? There's a lot of this, like, they're very proactive and chatty, asking you questions. Not high pressure ones, but it's a very outgoing experience. But at some point in this chatter, you'll get to finally ask a question or otherwise direct the conversation how you would like to among these people who've shown interested in you and arguably are on a friendly term with you. So now that you're in the audience of these friendly middle managers, what's something that you wanted to pursue? Like, what do you think is going to be the next like specifically, what do you think is going to be the next thing that happens? Or are you asking about the commonality of this? Phrase what you want to ask them and get a middle manager response to your information seeking. Like clarify the particular question or something for me here.
Any bets on which corp it's going to be to have something go horribly wrong today?
Okay. You bring that up, and it's not nervous laughter. A couple of the guys at the table lean back and give a little bit of a chuckle. Not all of us do that. By the way, no one in particular is like, I'm not pretending to be one person. Like, these would just be some various answers you'd get from these types of people at the table. Yeah, a couple people made bets. I don't think anyone had particularly a bomb going off. Though a lot of us did think that something was going to happen. Anytime you do anything here in Night City, so this person answering is probably not from EBM. I mean, it's European Business Machines. You know, anytime you, I don't know, we'll say that he has an accent somewhere. I want to make sure the info gets through and not worry about that. It's a European accent. We'll just put it like that. Yeah, anytime there's something going on in Night City, I don't mind to travel and go, but something always gets fucked up. You're held at gunpoint. Something's stolen from you. In this case, we were almost killed during the presentation of a stadium. I don't know how you all do this here. And others, a couple of other guys, hey, you know, not that you have to like it, you kind of get used to it. It's part of the culture here. It's culturally enriching. And a couple people, you know, will also laugh. And the actual European from EBM like looks at them like, I never said I wouldn't take the trips here, but this is also why I don't like being here. It's nothing I'll get used to. I don't intend to transfer here. It goes to a little bit of banter, and finally, you know, after that, so you're getting kind of that, like, no one is happy that the bomb went off. In fact, if anything, it's probably that, survivor's guilt is kind of a strong word for it, but it's maybe like humor as a coping method. There might be a more official name for that, but they're kind of laughing off what happened, even though it was actually a scary thing. But you're getting just that kind of jockeying among these middle managers, both for position among each other. Like, oh, you were scared? I sure wasn't. You know, so clearly they need to be the next one promoted to wear the tie and the Oxford shirt, and not just the polo shirt. So you're getting a little bit of that rivalry, a little bit of that kind of tension, and so someone, as that conversation goes off, and they're going to talk about those things, someone next to you is going to say, "Look, I don't know what's going to happen next. I'm sure something's going to happen. I have zero idea. I tried talking with some of the other guys, not even just at the attempts they hired for Arasaka. You know, they have to, because it just has to be like a face or a placeholder. Arasaka is not actually allowed in the city. I don't know if you knew that or not. But I'm more than certain something's going down with Arasaka. And if it's not them themselves, someone's going to do something about them being here. And it could be a crazy... it could be a lone wolf activist. It could even be an edge runner hired by a different corp. Once those roots start setting down here again, everyone's going to have to compete against them. A lot of people don't want that. And so, better to try and scour it now than have to uproot it later. Last thing anyone wants is for them to get some sort of an HQ built in the city again. I'll be dead in the ground before I see that happen, if I was in charge. You know, not one tower, not one warehouse, nothing. Not one port. So you're getting the idea from at least this guy who's, well, like, while the others are, again, jockeying and trying to, you know, do that thing. There's the one guy who's leaning over and trying to give you at least a little bit of real talk, in that if something happens, he is more than certain that something is going to happen with Arasaka, because there's just no way anyone is going to allow them to start tiptoeing, like to get a toenail across the threshold back into Night City after what happened all those years ago. So he tells you, look, from what I understand, you've done a good job. If you haven't been sent a recruiting email, then they're missing out. I'd love to have you work for us. And hey, even under, in my division, that'd be great. Whether or not you do, I'm going to give this advice to you as a temp or as a prospective employee. Watch your ass tonight. I don't know what Arasaka's presenting. Whatever it is, I don't know. We had a bomb go off last night. And before then, it was, hey, I don't think anyone in the betting pool guessed that arcade machines would have been converted into, bleeding ear, shit your pants noisemakers.
Yeah, that was chaotic.
So, if we started with that and we went to an actual bomb, I don't know what to do tonight. Other than, you know what? Our booth area is a good distance away from the Arasaka demo that they have set up. And from what I understand, they have like a small arena built into their display area, which itself is behind walls contained inside the convention center here. As long as I'm not sitting in that room, I'm going to feel safe. I feel sorry for any son of a bitch that's going to go to that display.
Yeah, I did see that they had an offer that was like 1,000 eddies. But
They're
going
to get so many people taking up that offer too. Whatever they have planned, 1,000. Oh, I couldn't be paid that much not to work for them.
I don't know, from what I hear, they, have their hands in pretty much everything. So I'm getting that feeling too. If something was to go wrong tonight, it's going to be something to do with them.
Yeah, well, I'm sure everyone's going to be holding their breath. It's not going to keep everyone from watching. Whatever they show, I guarantee you eyeballs are going to be on it.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be there. And during that presentation time, if you need me, I'm going to be the farthest away in our section from the Arasaka. And then now the conversation from the other kind of like frat boy mentality of like jockeying and outdoing each other. Like, ha, that's fine. You go ahead and do that. I'll be the one out there standing and as close as I can. Trying to outdo each other. As whatever. And that's how the conversation goes. You're going to get the boom, 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 boom. All employees, please report back to your stations. So lunch is over. And it is now time to get back to things. It is the afternoon. At least the message of the increased web traffic is out there, and Drez has spread that. Gopher, I presume you would want to share the gut feeling of the middle manager.
Yeah.
Okay. So using JP
Well,
as the relay, because his antiquated tech allows for that easier than than others.
Agents plus scrambling.
So there is some tension. You all can lean into it, lean away from it, or ignore it. But the word goes out now with what Drez has uncovered online and from the conversation that Gopher picked up on during lunch. That a lot of people, no one knows what's going to happen, but everyone's going to want to rubberneck or be as close as possible to Arasaka because there's so much tension, even on the corporate side of things, not just the worker or the everyman or the congoer. A lot of people want to know what's happening inside that big black box that Arasaka crafted for themselves on the convention floor, and what's going to happen there. Although, in particular, Gopher, did you happen to mention word to get out to Outback that the one guy feels sorry for any son of a bitch who's going to be in there? Although I don't know if word had reached you that he had the golden ticket, so to speak, but it could still come up even if you didn't know that he has it. You can just be like, oh yeah, it's so bad that one of the guys said this. So anyway, the tensions are there. We are going to move into a triple job role because there's a lot of prep. And when you report back to your stations, this would only reconfirm what is, the things that have been brought up are getting somewhat independent, somewhat third-party verification. No one's security devices have gone off. Though there have been security events, they've been the low-level theft. They've been, again, someone's trying to steal this neat data, this neat suit or a helmet from, I keep thinking Segatari.
Encom?
Yeah, Encom. Thank you. So there's a lot of that low-level stuff, which is unfortunately normal. So among the normies, things seem to be fine. Among the staff, and especially online, tensions are raised that everyone's expecting something to happen. This is now 2 nights. Each night has gotten significantly crazier. And with tonight being the big debut of whatever Arasaka is here to present through third parties, as Arasaka, but technically not Arasaka, there's a lot of excitement and buzzing. There's a lot of people who are walking around and will linger past the Arasaka, the big black box that they've set up inside the convention center. So each of you are asked, look, do your job, stay frosty, keep your neck on a swivel. If you see something or hear something, say something, because there's just an unease. Despite everyone acting normally, like by that I mean the common person out on the floor. Now, Outback, you wouldn't get a job report like this, but you would be able to see for yourself, being able to drift around, that there are a lot of rubberneckers around Arasaka. And there are, there's a lot of murmuring, a lot of people talking. There's after lunch, there's actually like a countdown clock until the box opens, and VIP people are allowed in. So there's that, and it's this like big classic red digital display on the black box. So this is going on. So while you don't have job roles per se during the afternoon, Outback, in fact, we can start with you. For your first role of the afternoon, what are you looking to do or pursue or gather, or what do you want to do out on the floor of the convention center?
And that was to me, sorry.
Yeah, the Outback, what are you doing during the afternoon? What's your first job? As you're, I don't know, you can go around, you can browse things. I don't know, you pickpocket people. I don't know if that's what you want to do. But in this first segment of the afternoon, as we're approaching evening and the big show over at Arasaka, what are you doing? Oh, I can't hear you.
That would be why.
There you go.
Okay. I have so many levels of muting that sometimes I forget how many I have up. I'm going to use my conversation skill, which is about extracting information without alerting them, to try and see if anyone has heard anything that they shouldn't be telling people about what this demo is. Because I have a little bit of potential insight, given the heavily cyborged up person I varied.
Yep.
But I want to see if anyone else has been hearing anything about that.
Okay, so you want to
Yeah.
which skill are you routing this through then?
Conversation.
Okay.
It is an empathy-based skill, and it says it's about extracting information through careful conversation. So I'm not very great at it. So 3 luck.
All right, pouring 3 luck into it. Nice.
18.
Very good. You pick up in conversation, let's see, especially if you're talking about the weighty individual. There are rumors that for this demo, Arasaka was able to hire a solo, and you'll get several names. Like, so you're getting that no one knows exactly which solo that this is, but that this guy they hired is at least had to be getting at least 20,000 for one night's appearance for Arasaka tonight.
All right. Interesting.
And other people are going to be like, 20? No, I believe 10. And you have people haggling over fictional pay rates for unknown guests at the Arasaka display or the show.
Yeah. All right.
The names. Well, I don't know. Like, how? What's your? This wouldn't exactly be a job role. I guess. You're a stranger to Night City.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is your call. I'm not looking for a hard mechanical number. Would you keep up on any of the, the adventures of the various, like the current, like, well, calling them heroes is kind of a probably
Legends.
not accurate. Well, living legends. The current solos, like the brand name solos in Night City. Is that something you'd really be up on, or is it like, I might have heard that person, or it sounds like a solo? Do you watch wrestling? Really, that's what we're talking about. Do you watch wrestling? Do you know who Triple H is, or it's
I would say he's maybe heard like a few names thrown around, because he does do that side business being a like private taxi service.
Okay.
1 or 2 of them might have passed through his car at some point.
Okay.
But his whole thing is he doesn't really ask questions about who he's ferrying, so.
All right. Then, yeah, of the pool of names, there's a couple you recognize. Now, quite literally weighing those people against your experience with the shuttle, taking into account the frame structure of the vehicles, blah blah blah. Some of these you can filter out. So there's probably one person you've heard of and several others that you haven't and would be complete unknowns that would fit the bill for your brief encounter.
All right. Interesting. Okay.
But this is, in part, now that rumors are starting to get out, that it could be one of 10 known solos of Night City that are paid to be here to perform for Arasaka. Like, this is getting a lot of people like really revved up.
Yeah.
Not in an overtly blood sport way. Like, oh man, I hope that, you know, I hope that Sergeant Slaughter really just destroys Iron Sheik tonight, or anything like that. It's it's at a stage of intense curiosity and speculation. No one is frothing at the mouth right now.
All right.
By the way, everyone, I'm in my 20s, which is why I'm making those current year World Wrestling Federation WWF references.
I can't make many wrestling references. So.
All right. Well, let's go over to Drez. I'm actually going to be saving your roles for last. So I'm going to go through everyone else, and then we're going to focus on all of the afternoon for you. Because time and activity can be wonky for you with things. First part of the afternoon, let's bounce over to Gopher. For your job, what are you doing? Are you looking to, perform in front of the middle managers? Are you looking to, you can continue to maintain the booth, as it is very busy still, and not being embarrassed is still progress in the wake of things. Not having machines look beat up, or if someone does accidentally knocks over a machine, to be able to replace it or fix it real quick and get the display back up. Keep people love spinning this stadium. It's like a roulette wheel. Or if you want to direct part of your job, or at least under the guise of doing your job, you can say that you're fixing a machine, but maybe you want to listen in on a conversation. That would be a job role still. You have a lot of flexibility here in making up what you are hoping to gather as today's events unfold. So what would you like to do here in the afternoon?
I'll probably try and keep ahead of the crowd on maintaining the booth.
Okay. You can roll another basic tech.
I can augment it with another roll for a +1, right?
Pitch an idea to me.
Probably add electronic security tech, because that's kind of the same vein.
That makes sense, and you did very, very well on that. So, especially now during lunch rush, people who didn't come in the morning, maybe they had a late night on Friday, wink, wink, are now starting to roll in. The crowd is picking up as well in the afternoon. So, yeah, maybe people are starting to do funny things with the hardware and not just the software. Software is Drez's thing. You got the hardware covered. So, sure, I guess roll your security first. Ruh-roh. All right. Well, you still did well. So there's a lot to keep up on, but you're just managing. There's times you're like, where are all these people coming from? Are we not at capacity? Or is just everyone like making EBM claustrophobic? You're out on the floor. But you are still able to just manage to keep ahead of the the damage, the wear and tear, and also checking for weird amplification discs, using your little security sniffer. There's people trying to, I don't know, snag something from a random USB cable to, I don't know, an EBM branded, I don't know, there's like a mannequin with like an EBM shirt. It's like, oh, join our team. And someone tried to like steal the mannequin torso or whatever. Like all sorts of like low level crazy shit's happening because now there's way more people in the convention center. But while you may be stressed, you handle it with grace. So you did a good job with this initial part. But you're definitely feeling the pressure as more people are coming on this day. Let's go to JP for your initial afternoon. JP, what are you doing in the afternoon for your job or for your job?
I, sir, am taking to heart using my new little sniffer toy and waving it every little place I can.
Okay. I guess roll another security then? Nice.
13.
Okay. Well, the good news, JP, is that you don't find any security risks.
Awesome.
You can independently verify, should you have made contact, that yes, the convention center is starting to fill up. It is feeling crowded. There are more people bumping into you, accidentally or quote unquote accidentally. You're hearing the occasional. You went from 0 to occasional. Where'd my wallet go? As there are people who leave things behind or drop things, or fingers have a tendency to get sticky in certain situations. Now, that's unfortunately to be expected, and not exactly in purview of your sniffer. But what does matter is your security sniffer is not picking up, explosives. It doesn't go beep, beep, beep. Oh, there's C4 in the garbage can. That's pretty good. So at least in your zone here, and which zone are you working right now? You can choose your own. I'll let you.
Oh, I would have just been doing the hallways.
Okay, sure.
Instead of like working in a specific pod, I would have been the hallways in between all these places.
Okay, well then, so we'll divide this up, I guess the first hallway here is marked clear of security threats. Because this did take you a little bit by the cafeteria, a little bit past Arasaka. You could give a nod to Kiri at NCOM. You could see Gopher at EBM, and even along the way, Outback was lingering around Arasaka as well. So you could give him a polite, acknowledging nod if you wished. Okay. Now, and again, we're gonna do dereses all at once, so I'm getting to you, Coffee. Bear with me. Let's go back to Gopher. It is the middle of the afternoon now. You've upkept the computers. There's still this crush of people. They love spinning the stadium. They're there looking at all the new EBM stuff. The things like, oh man, if this is the computer that they're projecting to install in the stadium in 5 years and all this. So there's people lingering, people doing this or that. Is there another puzzle piece that you want to try and farm on the job? You could just do your job, that's fine. Or if you want to try and do something else that could provide other information, you are welcome to as well. I'm open-minded. What would you like to do for the middle of the afternoon?
I think I'm going to do a perception check. See if I hear anything of interest.
Okay. In particular, what would qualify as interesting to you? Are you looking or listening for something in particular? You keeping your eyes peeled for a someone or a something? Or like a strange noise above the din of the crowd? What are you hoping? Well, maybe there's things that you don't want to perceive. That's fine too. What is your goal? What do you want to perceive? Or not perceive, if that's the appropriate answer to what you want.
See if I hear anything I get regarding Arasaka.
Got it. All right.
Any kind of new information.
Okay, yep. So, you're working, you're at the computers, but that's easy stuff for you. You've done this now for a while. So instead, you're kind of like, you're directing your ears and you're trying to pick up on anyone talking about Arasaka. Perfect. Go ahead and roll that. Ooh, nice. Very nice for you. Okay.
That's twice tonight.
Now.
I will be playing the role of Kiri in tonight's Cyberpunk Red Night City 64 game.
16 against a -1.
All right. You pick up similar to and this would be out of character, what I was describing to Outback. Not that he can't come to you and drop you a very quick sentence or two. It's very busy there and you're also at work. And the top brass has noticed you for your talent, so you shouldn't exactly be fraternizing with people. But for the sake of GM to player, similar to what you overheard me talk about with Chameleon, you have a very narrowed list now in the mid-afternoon. And the person there's 3 different solos that people suspect are showing up tonight. In fact, all 3 might even be present for the Arasaka demonstration. You're getting similar things of, they have to be paid a ridiculous amount to show up here and to work for Arasaka, and there's a little bit of like rivalry, and other people are like, hey, a job's a job, and some people just want to be a legend, and other people are like, no, they're traitors to Night City if they do this. You're getting a little bit of that in casual conversation. Not that people are coming to EBM to, they're not looking for EBM to do anything about it. It's coming up as people are waiting in line to spin the stadium or to try out the next graphics card or something that's on display. But you're hearing this a lot. And in particular, whether or not he's the one that's here, a lot of people are hoping that a solo known as UB is the one who's here tonight. Now, this is not a mechanical question similar to mine for Outback, but does Gopher follow any, is he a fan of any of the known solos in Night City? Any of the kind of public figures? Does he watch the whatever, like Dog the Bounty Hunter, except it's the solo or something who's on patrol? Is he a fan of any of them? Is he a wrestling fan in a sense, or no?
Probably not.
Okay. And that's fine. me asking you this is neither a penalty nor a, haha, you fool, you should have said yes. This is just lore building. It's fine if you haven't. So, you hear UB, and, okay, like, sure, if that's who people want, he must be a famous guy. I guess more importantly, and especially to an unknown quantity, no one's like, oh man, you be the barbarian who literally murders everyone who stares at him. There's no, there's no qualifiers, or like, you be the savage who like killed 1,000 men, or whatever. Like, just man, it would be really cool if we got to see you be tonight. And so that's the one people want. Of the couple of like the 3 or 4 who've been brought up consistently, he seems to be a fan favorite of the casual conversationalist. Okay. Let me record this. Gopher had a 16 to my -1. Got it. JP, it's the middle of the afternoon. You want to sweep another hallway?
Yeah.
All right.
Seeing if I get a beep beep and crap my pants.
Yeah. Who would clean it up if you did?
Clearly someone younger than me. Isn't that how those things work?
Yeah. Who watches the Watchmen? Go ahead and roll your security.
I'm gonna put 2 points of luck into it.
2 points of luck. Got it.
So this would have +2 when I find the skill again. We have an 18.
Nice. Very nice. Okay.
Scoots along, mops a bit over the floor, looks around, pulls out the little thing. I think I calibrated it right. Nope, no beep beep. All right, next trash can.
All right. So you sweep another hallway. The beep beep goes off close to the coat check. Though that would fit simply because if there was a store of gunpowder and weapons and harmful electronics, that's where it would be contained. And so coat check does give a beep beep. You're welcome to report it. It wasn't brought up that morning that it would. It would make sense that it does. Though in the trash cans now here in the front entrance hallway, or just generally around, it doesn't have to be trash cans. We just sort of use that as as the concept, right? People hiding stuff in, in a place. So besides coat check, you are not getting beep beeps. But coat check also wasn't brought up to be a place to expect beep beeps from the sort of quick orientation that morning of, hey, EBM gave us these sweepers, and, if you notice something at your station is mobile because your station's a mop bucket on wheels. If you notice something at your station, you can report it. So that's up to you.
One of the things I'll do is I'll shoot the deets of my, the settings and sensors that I used to derez and be like, can you make sure that I got this right?
Okay. We'll see what happens with that, because I gotta take coffee on a roller coaster ride before. So you can do that. You can do that, JP, but I'm not promising an answer. Or at least not immediately.
And then the idea would be he'd just run it again, hear another beep beep, and then he'd note that down to report at the end of the day when he turns over his stuff.
In fact, you beat me pretty handedly, and especially with this. We'll say that you also Like, you kind of made the sweep around here too. And so for sure, the maybe like a caution is that there are beep beeps around coat check. Okay. Outback. It is the middle of the afternoon. You don't have a job, but you should still tell me what you want to do.
Yeah. You know, looking at this map a bit more, I just can't help noting the fact that Arasaka is so conveniently placed by Night Corp, Netwatch, and the security station. I just want to see. I'm going to wander on over and see if Netwatch is perhaps watching something named A.
Completely random placement of the corpse, I assure you.
I'm going to see what Netwatch is doing and if their eyes are perked up a bit given Arasaka's reveal.
Okay. So are you vibe checking them, like the people who are in the Netwatch area, or the Ziggurat? It's kind of the same thing, but they would be showcasing two different things. Netwatch would be more like a recruitment area, like, hey, join Netwatch and be a net runner and do cool net runner stuff and guard against the blah blah blahs. So that they're there as like, we're the cool hip net running corporation. We're keeping people safe. Join us today. We have all the latest tech. Ziggurat is more of the product placement than the job or service. Does that make sense? Like, if you don't want to work for us on the, on like the governmental like scale, you could instead, man one of our Ziggurats, and if you don't want to like work on the team, you could join the lone outpost and be in this watchtower and
it's an Apple store.
Yeah, kind of.
Ziggurat makes phones, so.
So which one do you want to go to, and which skill do you want to use to extract some sort of information?
Well, I think I'm gonna be feigned interesting in whatever Netwatch is trying to selling, because I want to read them. Because if Netwatch is telling Ziggurat to spy on Arasaka, I'm probably more likely to figure out that it's happening from that angle, rather than noting whatever Ziggurat is doing to spy. That would be more Drez or Gopher who could note that. But I somewhat know people. So I'm going to use human perception to vibe check them.
Yeah. All right. Vibe checking Netwatch.
It's a 9.
That was almost a 1.
That was. Oh well.
So you get pamphlets, and maybe this might not be the career for you. Maybe it's something that Drez would like. You can at least pass along, and if you want to take a pamphlet, you can. Netwatch is hiring, and while you're not getting overtly good or bad vibes, there's no one there who's really skeeving you out or who is really laying it on thick, in your opinion.
All right.
But in the presentation of information, you can infer, just because I beat you in that role doesn't mean you don't get anything. You may not get a ton or very specific information. But Netwatch does make it known to you or others during the middle afternoon, because maybe you're just browsing or you're reading the pamphlet meanwhile you're listening to conversations. However this manifests, Netwatch sees that in the next 10 years, maybe 15 years, that there is going to be a greater need for their presence, just due to the growth of Night City alone, all the infrastructure being built, about how, Night City recovering, and there's a lot of other places that want to recover as well, and they need to stay ahead of various projects, both public and private. And when private is mentioned, the recruiter, or the agent that you're talking to, gives a not so overt glance over to Arasaka when he's talking about the future and possible threats may occur within 10 years. We need people, we need to start training the next generation of netrunners and techs now. And, you don't need any experience. We'll train you, we'll chip you. It sounds like a very generous package. You will get chromed and you'll have a steady job, very evergreen. And in fact, they predict an even greater need for netrunners and other people in security and cybersecurity in the next 10 to 15 years. So they're here recruiting now and showing off this tech. They have like this model, like if you come and work for us, and it shows like some different models of cyber decks and these cool chairs that I guess you kind of lay back in and they help you somehow. And they look like a weird massage chair. Man, it must be nice to be a netrunner. You just get to sit around and you don't really do anything. You can topple governments or get a shiatsu massage. Depends on the setting. But there is overtones to who knows what the future holds, with a not even, again, I may have beaten you in the role. It doesn't mean you can't pick up on the fact that the recruiter doesn't say Arasaka, but looks over at Arasaka about every time that this topic comes up. Can you determine if it's a conscious or unconscious thing? No, but he does it. So you interpret it however you want. I'm just telling you he does it.
Okay. They're predicting Arasaka is going to be back in Night City. And honestly, yeah, I believe it.
Hey, those are your words. I'm not a paranoid outsider like you are. That was me as the GM. Also, maybe the recruiter? I don't know.
Look, if Night City didn't want Arasaka, they wouldn't even be here at the electronic fair. Certainly they wouldn't be right next to Night Corp.
Well, sir, I don't have commentary on that. This will be the recruiter. All I can tell you is that we're on the net, and we watch, and we keep people safe. We also work with other, entities, public or private, in order to mitigate current and potential threats.
Keep up the good work. Head on out.
Before you go, I'm curious. Have you heard of something called the Black Wall?
Who hasn't?
Just checking. There are people who haven't, and honestly, the less people that do, then probably the less people would be wanting to see what was over it. All right. A question, as you're a rather unique presence here at the fair.
All right. Well, see ya.
If you need another pamphlet, please take one.
Yeah, no. I've got enough. I will get these into D-Rez's hands at some point.
All right. And then we come to late afternoon. Let's go to Gopher. It is late afternoon. With the things that have been building and you've been learning so far, I need one more job roll from you. What are you hoping to detect, extract information, manipulate someone or something, or otherwise do? Because after this is dinner and then the show.
Probably another tech check.
Okay. Go ahead and roll it. Just keeping the booth updated or maintained.
Little mini crit.
I almost had a 10. Okay. We at this point now, like right before dinner, the convention center has to be at capacity. Everything is full. Like the lines even in the hallways are moving slowly. People are pushing past each other. And you are definitely able to keep ahead of things. In fact, maybe over time you've moved the different stations around to kind of feng shui a flow of people to, man, I keep coming back to these machines. These are the most popular. Let's actually just put these closer to the walkway so people can just walk past instead of needing to queue up in the middle of the display or whatever else. So like you've feng shuied everything. The booth is, in your opinion, as efficient as it can be. You're almost treating it like a machine itself, where you're like rerouting the power, and the power is the flow of people through it, et cetera, et cetera. So you're innovative. You're able to keep everything maintained and make sure that EBM has a strong presence. EBM is getting a lot of eyes and a lot of traffic. Again, last night was the big announcement, and a lot of people who haven't been here in the morning or earlier in the afternoon are now just getting to see this for the first time for themselves, and not just an announcement or some leaked images or whatever else. But you are staying on top of it. So at least EBM has a, why is that? There we go. EBM has a flow. EBM has a feng shui to it. And while you haven't been specifically looking for security risks with your beep beep, I did promise at least a passivity to it. And there has been no beep beeps around EBM. But EBM now has a nice flow through and such. All right. Now, let's go to JP. JP, it is almost dinner time. Just as I told Gopher, the hallways are crowded. Mopping is... in this case, you would almost pray to be sent to the bathrooms to mop, because at least there is a modicum of space. Now, I'm not saying that you're at fire hazard level capacity, but it's super crowded. If you've ever been to a crowded convention or just a busy airport or something, you're getting peak time there. So people are pushing past each other. There's going to be a mess everywhere. You mop somewhere and something else spills 2 feet away. You can still beep patrol if you want, but this is the flow or the threat or whatever, or the opportunity to do something. What are you doing for the late afternoon?
Such a great question. What do we be doing? It is busy, it is grooving, people are moving. I want to spend my time, there's a whole fleet of workers. He's been monitoring the halls, he's been walking around. So JP is going to take this last bit of time while it's real busy to sort of take it easy, but use that time to, when people are just kind of stuck in line waiting for the line to move on to view an expo or to play with a gadget, you might just kind of, lean in and give them a compliment, and kind of use some conversation to ease tensions and make the convention center seem a little bit more warm and welcoming.
Okay. All right, yeah, to kind of reduce the tension of the crowd. All right. Yeah, hey, this is your territory. You're pervasive at this.
How many 8s am I gonna roll?
Not enough, it seems.
All right. So JP, you are able to calm people down. As you talk to them, there's, on an individual level, or even just a couple people around whoever you target to talk to, you absolutely do get to, hey, I hope you're really enjoying yourself here. Lots of excitement going on, right? Hey, there's a smile. So you are successful in that. Now, it's not widespread, because there's so much excitement that would probably verge on, fear's not the right word. Maybe an expectation. That might be better. It's not just excitement and it's not fear. There's a lot of expectation in the air. So people are ready for a lot of things. To a small degree, and hey, if this comes in handy later, maybe you bump into someone that you actually were able to chill out, or talk to, or make a human connection with. But greater than your conversational ability over the course of, a couple hours, going to different lines, just, you're doing your job still, you're mopping the small spaces you can, and that gives you a lot of time to talk too. So you are calming some individuals. But at this point now, just prior to your dinner break, you are getting the feeling that this is, despite there only being a security threat detected at coat check, there is just a powder keg. Like, this place is a powder keg waiting to go off because everyone is expecting something. Some are expecting doom. Hey, of what I heard happened or what they know happened the past nights. Others are expecting, there's going to be another, if they showed off the stadium on Friday, what could top that on Saturday night? So it's not just bad stuff that people are expecting. Generally, Night City residents or citizens are, braced for bad news at almost all points. But everyone's excited and expecting something tonight. And it is an overwhelming feeling. Not that it has to change your mood, but as you're interacting with others. And you're conversing, so, you pick up, it could be this, it could be that. A lot of people are expecting it to be an even greater revelation than the stadium could be and all this. So it has a lot of people on edge. They quite literally paid for their whole seat, and they are also quite literally using the edge. Outback. It is late afternoon. The halls are filled. The expos are filled. By the way, during this, the demo stage has been showing stuff off, though it's been more of, hey, these other companies, whether they're like some of the small independent ones or NCOM today, would have had like an hour and a half to demo, hey, here's our digitization and what it means, more than just watching in a booth. This is the day when the other companies get to have a presentation. It's just not that the huge main event. So if you ever wanted to do anything in the demo stage, you could go there and catch a presentation. But it's not been reserved for anything except Friday night. But I'm sorry, so Outback, what are you doing on the floor?
It's going to be the Arasaka exhibition soon. I think I don't want to be too far, which I think a lot of other people are also thinking. I think I'm just gonna take this one just leisure and just look around at the independent companies.
Oh, sure. Okay.
See if there's anyone doing like vehicle tech.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't want to get it, see what the latest in vehicle tech is.
Okay. You want to make a vehicle-related roll to see how it compares? Does it live up to your expectations, or do you notice something cool, or
Do a land vehicle tech.
Sure.
Air vehicle, sea vehicle. Just saw it. There it is.
Nice. Very.
True crit. True crit fail.
That was almost a 10 also.
That was almost a 10.
All right, so a 7 to a 22. That's a pretty good swing. Let me just. I'm not recording your scores because you don't perhaps get a bonus for being the best employee ever in the whole wide world this weekend. But you do get a very good result here. Yeah. So you go by a place like, oh yeah, hey, I don't know, you're asking questions, or there's probably like a little grouping. So within all the independents, maybe like the 7 booths over here are like the car tech specifically. So within all the stuff, I mean, you could probably do something with a car with this random independent person, but car-centric stuff is here. You're there, you're talking the talk, you're walking the walk. There's people there who, if they aren't current or former nomads, they're like cousin's roommate was a nomad or something, and then unfortunately his whole family died. It's really tragic and rare. You're able to talk to someone here. Actually, you know what? We'll say that as you're walking around, you run into what's the lady? Forearms. She's in the garage you go to. Not Bertha.
Got it. Should be right here. It's in my data log on my feed. Pandora.
I'm like, was it Gaia? No, Pandora. All right, you can't miss Pandora. You can't miss her voice.
Yeah, no.
You can't miss her body. You see Pandora. She's talking to someone, and boy, she's laying into him in the nice way, in the way that Pandora does. You can tell she likes him because of her questions and the tone of her voice, even though he's sweating. And so she sees you. Come over. You got to tell him. He's saying this and that about jumping a dune and all. And she's going on this, and he's like, no, here's the solution to this problem. And she's like, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, you fucker. And he's like, look at this guy. I know this guy. He kind of pulls you over with 2 of her arms on her left side here. You tell him that time that she'll bring up probably an unfortunately embarrassing thing that you had to bring your car in for at some point. He says that this should mitigate that problem. He's like, no, I swear it does. I've never done that, but I've listened to stories, and I'll listen to yours. You tell me, partner. And you're like, well, here's this and that and the other. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I just want to make sure the interaction's understood. And he's like,
yeah, I get it.
Fine. All right. Tell you what. You promise me, if it does what I says it does, you're gonna buy in bulk from me. Exclusive contract. Pandora's like, the fuck you saying? You know what? Tell you what. If it's proven to work, absolutely. I'll buy in bulk. And if you don't trust me to install it, you come to my shop. This fucker here is going to bring his piece of shit in. We're going to install it on his car, and he's going to put it to the test. Independent third party right here. But didn't you say you've known this quote-unquote fucker for years? Yeah, and he ain't me. He's outside of me. He's independent. He doesn't work for me. Hell, if anything, he brings me a lot of business because he busts his shit up all the time. So, you hear that? You bring your car in. We're gonna fit it here with these shocks, or if not shocks, I don't know. You want some sort of like a reverse booster jet or something? Softens landings. Like if you're coming in too steep, you hit the front bumper jet, and it kind of. It also helps you back out really quickly when you're being shot at. For the audience, this plays into a little video that it's a thing. The placeholder here for you, Outback, is there is some egregious random tech that you can take a gig to experiment with. It'll be installed and you're expected to test it. And I mean, you don't have to buy it, but you just got to survive the gig to try it out. And then maybe if it works, you'll help Pandora and this guy forge a deal.
All right. I'm down for that.
We'll work out whatever goofy shit it is later, but that's the placeholder.
Yeah. After Pandora probably makes her leave first, he's just gonna clap that guy on the shoulder like, don't worry about her. You gotta have a spine to deal with her, preferably two of them.
Shit, I got mine reinforced 2 years ago and I was still quivering.
You get used to it.
She's like that with everyone? She seemed to like you and she treated you the same as she did me, a total stranger. Who she wanted business from.
Only the people she likes.
Hate to meet an enemy of hers. Have you ever met an enemy of hers?
I've met what's left.
Oof. I shouldn't have asked. Well, you know what? I'm willing to take it up. You seem like a competent guy. I can tell by your bronze complexion that you spend a little bit more time outside than most of the folks in the city. He's very politely indicating that he suspects you to be a nomad.
Well, I'm not going to say only people living outside the city know their way around a vehicle, but anyone living outside the city knows their way around a vehicle.
No, there's something about you. Plus, the average person, even the chromed ones, don't tend to talk about reinforced spines. It's people in the know, people in the profession. I get where you're coming from. Well, you know what? I came to this city. You might not believe it. I came here from Texas. I came to this city to try and put on a show because I understand there's a lot of opportunity here. Didn't quite expect everything that I've seen so far from, well, everything. But, damn, if I don't get a fat contract here, then it might have all been worth it.
Well, nice to be another Texan. Look forward to trying out your stuff.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I thought I picked up a little twang in your speech there. Yeah, well, if you're from there too, I promise. Well, unless she asked me to, I won't be the one installing it, although I assure you that I could. On anything. I don't care. You give me a skateboard, I'll put it on there. If she wants to be the one to do it, so be it. I'll be there to monitor.
Done.
All right, then. Well, here, tell you what. Here's my card. Seems like you already know where Pandora is. We'll work out the details later. Let's just get through this show, huh, partner?
Hopefully. A lot of chat about old Sake.
Yeah, well, they're there. They're in that black cube of theirs, but I've seen a lot of security on the floor. I think everyone here understands that there's some tension, but I just hope that there's enough people with squirt guns, wink, going around to put out any fuses that are lit.
One can hope.
Well then, here's hoping. He'll tip his hat to you and bid you adieu.
Yeah.
And now, as promised, D-Res.
The D-Res.
It is getting kind of late, though.
It is. I'm introducing the concept, and then we're gonna pick up, because what you do is gonna go into dinner and evening.
Okay.
So you're correct, but this is gonna be the this will be the thing here. You know what? I archived it and I was going to use it tonight. I must have did that when I archived all the rest of the pages. I think that's going to be... Except instead of that picture... Oh, you're not in this one because you were outside of the... You were outside of
the simulation.
Yeah.
Cyberspace. The final frontier.
Where's my... There we go. Something like this. Oh. Well, the picture's bigger than the boundary of the map. That's fine. There we go. That works. All right. D-Res, it is the early afternoon, and you return from lunch. You sit back in your hacking / shiatsu massager chair, although that feature may not be unlocked for you yet. And you plug in. And you are doing the routine. Now that you're back in, you go through, you make sure since last time you check your, I don't know, you do file validities and save states and the routine stuff. And in your cyberspace, there is just this whoop, 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 and Dietz shows up in cyberspace. D-Res, they're not just watching. There's an attack going on right now. Myself and the other staff are holding down those that we can. Your vector is extremely vulnerable. They're trying to go through the main ones. I need you to hold your part.
Understood.
I'm not going to be able to... Chair and... Whoop. And her avatar just kind of dissolves.
Oh. Fantastic.
And so when we pick up, D-Res, you're going to have some combat.
Oh, boy.
As
Rain combat.
there are active aggressors who are looking to infiltrate the castle, so to speak.
I'm gonna fight them off.
Hopefully. You're literally the only one who can.
JP's just been talking
Gotta
and schmooving.
Roast.
Gopher's just been doing his job. I've just been having fun, and Drez is fighting for her life over here.
Yeah. By the end of this shift, her brain might have melted out of her ears. So we'll see if she gets to return your texts. As we get to have some Netrunner v Netrunner action.
Man, see how Maddie had to do this while Kiri wasn't here.
Well, we'll just have to have her do some afternoon rolls. Not that she's going to get to do anything in the afternoon anyway, at least to help out Drez here, because things are happening that only she can handle. But we'll find out, we'll fill in lethality on what happened and get an idea of this or that, have him do his makeup rolls, and then we'll slide into combat, into some net combat. Hopefully Drez survives, although that may not happen. Coffee, I'm not looking to kill you, but this also could get dangerous very quickly from things I was reading. So I hope you're ready, but you signed up to be a Netrunner, so presumably you've been ready for this.
Yep.
I mean, hey, it's one of the Interface Red achievements where we have to have a funeral for a dead PC.
Oh no. Oh. Well.
Oh, hi.
Yep.
And
Hi,
then
Nissa.
Okay. Yep. There we go. All right.
There's Nissa.
Yeah.
if you do get that achievement, then you can also get the next achievement, which is to kill someone directly responsible for a PC test.
Man, can I have my...
Let's start working on our achievements.
Hey, look. In my Cyberpunk Red game, my player characters did exactly that.
Yeah, let's get these. Start getting some of these achievements. I want to get the one where you have a bath in a bathtub filled with $100,000.
Hey, yo.
That's the Dirty Duck achievement.
Hi, Armin. I hope you've been enjoying however much of our Cyberpunk Red game you've been watching. For all of you out there, thank you for hanging out. I hope that you enjoyed our morning and afternoon. And as we're coming to the climax of Saturday night, the final big night of the Night City Electronic Fair, we're going to have to see what happens this next Friday, as we're going to open up with Netrunner on Netrunner fighting. And that's not even the big reveal that Arasaka has planned. We're starting...
No, it's not.
We've been building tension. We're now having a fight where someone's brain can catch on fire, and then Arasaka's going to do whatever it's going to do. Hopefully a fun Friday ahead. Come back and see us again then, and we'll continue this. So for now, no big fancy raids. We're going to call it because it's pretty late here, so... I hope you all have a good night. To my players, thank you for being here. This was a ton of fun. Another good session, I hope. And we simply must do this again. So, everyone out there, goodbye.
We simply must. Bye.